What up, though? It's the word. You see the title. Let's talk about it. But first, do me a favor. Hit that like button. If you're new, hit that subscribe. It's free to you, but it means a lot to me. Alright, I just want to rap for a minute. Probably ain't gonna stay on long. You got a crazy migraine, but there's an open panel. So I'm gonna drop the link. We're gonna talk about why hurt people hurt people. And I think the importance of this conversation is this. For people just to realize that these people have a motive. These people have intentions. And uh, a lot of times it's not even the reason they're attacking you is ain't no reason. They're just doing it because it's something inside of them that they need to get out. Cat Daddy, what's up? You all right, brother? Yeah, a lot of times I think, people got so much pain inside themselves that they don't know what to do with it. So they take it out on other people. And the importance of that is this. If we're aware of that, we can understand how to navigate through it better. People on self-destruct mode want to bring people down with them. And a lot of times when we being attacked, we go into attack mode. And that's exactly what they want. So I think it's important to be aware of that, understand different reasons why people do it. And that way, when it's done to us, we can make better the choices and decisions. And if we're doing it, we become aware we are doing it, that we're hurting people because we're hurting inside. And if we're aware of that, we can fix it. We can do something about it. Because, I did this at one point, and it didn't, when I hurt somebody else because I was hurting, it didn't make me feel better. It actually made it worse, until I did the internal work, spiritually and mentally, you know. Um, we got to work on all three phases of ourselves: our body, our mind, and our soul. A lot of times we work on the body. That's most common. People work out, people, try to eat right. Not all of us, but very rarely do people do soul work. Focus on their emotions, why they feel a certain way. That's rare. People work on their mind. We read self-help books, help us think different, um, give us different perceptions. We have interactions with people, adopting some of the philosophies other people use. So we work on our minds a lot, but we don't work on our souls enough. We don't work on that inner, we don't work on that enough. So that's why I think the importance of this conversation is to understand or be able to identify why people do things. If we do it ourselves, then guess what? We can start working on it. If other people do it, we understand that, yeah, they're attacking us, but it's because they hurt. What up, Perp? And like I said, the importance of that is not to fall into a lot of the traps, being aware, taking some of that power back because that's not giving nobody excuse for hurting someone. But it is being aware because if somebody on crash out mode, you don't want to be in their way and you don't want to assist them. No point, especially if you got something to lose. And that will happen because, like I said, anytime we get attacked, a lot of times we attack back. Some people don't go into defensive mode. A lot of people just attack back. So that's my intentions of this, is to bring awareness and get a deeper understanding by sharing experiences and observations with other people to understand why people hurt people, why hurt people hurt people. And like I said, one of my Hustle T King, what up, though? Tay, what up? Hey, y'all can hit the link and come up if y'all want. It's an open panel. I just laid the foundation on why I think hurt people hurt people. I think because a lot of times they don't know what to do with that anger, that frustration inside, and they think taking that anger and frustration out on people, it'll make them feel better. And like I said, I used to do it, so I know it don't make you feel better. Sometimes it add to it. A lot of times it add to it. Realist, what up, brother? But being able to identify that, we can kind of navigate. We can navigate through it. Sometimes some people got to get hit in the mouth. But like I said, if they don't crash out mode, they got a death wish. Them people, you gotta get out their way. Because they will do everything humanly possible to drag you down with them. And a lot of times that's even sacrificing themselves. It was one point in time where, like I said, I had a whole bunch of pain inside, a whole bunch of anger, And I remember I used to get in trouble. I had to get my stepdad to put his hands on me. Sometimes because he was drunk, and I'd be holding all that pain. And the next day I'll wake up, and the littlest thing, I was just waiting for somebody to say something to me. As soon as they did, I'd pop off. I'd pop off. And afterwards, I feel good for a minute. But then I realized, I wasn't even mad as a kid. I was realizing, I didn't realize, I wasn't mad at the person, but I realized, it wasn't that serious. I shouldn't have did that. And then that made me feel even worse. Because not only did I have pain now I got resentment. Now I'm having resentment. I'm having remorse. So that made me feel even worse. I mean, it's multiple reasons why hurt people hurt people. Sometimes it's just, I think in some instances, they just accept hurting people becomes a way of life. They've been hurt so much, especially if it happened since they was little, it happened to them. So sometimes I feel like they just think this is the way it's supposed to be. I'm stronger than somebody. So Cat Daddy, what up, brother? Cat Daddy, what up, brother? Good. It kind of sound like you a little underwater. You still a little crackling. Yeah, you still a little crackling. Queen of the whole damn thing. What's up? Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, you still sound a little underwater. Like it's crackling. It makes them feel better too in some strange way. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of times I notice when people been abused their whole life and then they start doing it to someone else, they feel like they gaining power back. They gaining something back that was taken from them when they was weak. Now they strong, so now they can abuse people. Yeah, I think he'll come back up. It was just a little crackling. And drop the link. But you right, Tay. You 100% right. They feel and that's just a simple observation, we ain't diagnosing people, but in real time we can observe. You don't need a no degree to see what the hell going on in front of you. A lot of people get it twisted. They think they need some paperwork to see what's happening in real time in front of them to be able to recognize what's happening, and that's not true. What up, though, Cat Daddy?
Hey, is this any better?
Oh yeah, that's way better.
All right, bet.
And blessings, brother. How you doing?
Man, I'm great, man. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Val, what up, though? We got Queen Val, Perfect here, Tay Rillis.
Oh, the house filling up.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of beautiful minds, a lot of beautiful souls in the building. Appreciate y'all coming through. Then Val be rocking with me over at Miss 504. So that's my homie. And you right too, Tay. They get high. People get. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I think a lot of times people, when something is done to you and now you able to do it, they feel like they gaining that power back that was taken from them when they was younger, and it's a euphoric high. You know, like they gaining something back, and a lot of times just them. Um, I'm just giving the observation of what I noticed in a couple people that I personally know, and myself. It felt like it was my stepfather who abused me. So it felt like a lot of times when I was hitting somebody or I done beat somebody, I wasn't even picturing them, bro. I was picturing him, and I felt like I finally conquered him, but it wasn't him. That shit crazy, man. That shit crazy, and that's firsthand experience. And then, like as I got older, talking to other people, because I did a couple anger management, courses, and talking to those people, we sharing stories, talking to those people, they felt the same way. They felt like they was gaining something back. But what you think about that, Cat Daddy?
I agree with that. You know, and I guess to give a different kind of scenario, it's kind of like, if you come up in an organization that has, kind of hazing rituals or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, say, like whenever I played sports in high school, they bully and haze the freshmen and stuff like that. And then you get those one or two or few who go above and beyond. They take it beyond just kind of the rite of passage, because they interpreted it or whatever the wrong way when they came up. And so now it's more of a power thing.
Yeah, and like you said, in sports, fraternities. I mean, I have it in the military sometimes too, don't?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I got hazed in the military, but I took it as I've always been a and it is what it is kind of person.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I never really let it get to me personally. And then it was my time to, do the hazing. I was kind of gentle with it. I didn't go overboard. It's like there's a school you can go to, several schools, but this one I went to, you get these wings that have these little pins on the back. And after the school, you go back to your squad or whatever, and people would take the pin. It's got two pins on it, and they would push it into your chest to where it break the skin. And then people would come behind you and they would pound on your chest. Some would pull it off and reset it and do that. And you got people that go real overboard with it. Me, I just kind of went down the line and just kind of, gave it a little tap. I never really tried to hurt anybody.
And see, that kind of correlates to, well, that don't correlate, but you see what Perp said. She said not everyone gets off on it. I was hurt real bad, and it never felt good to hurt others. At times, I just wanted to throw my trauma ball at someone to take the pain away. Yeah, sometimes you just want to get it off of you, and um, and because it was someone who gave you that trauma, that pain. We believe that the only way we can get it off of us is to give it to someone else. And like I said, if that's the behavior learned, that's what we think, right? We think like this is the way it's supposed to be done, so we do it. But like I said, when I did it, and then I sat back and realized, like, I felt even worse. But what she's saying is right too. Not everybody get off on it, but um, it's kind of like a learned behavior. We think because it was done to us that we have to do it to get rid of it. And then that's why I said that's the importance of this conversation, not just to be aware when people do it to you, but to be aware if you're doing it to someone else. Because sometimes we don't even really know. Like, like I said, I lash out and then I think like, man, it wasn't even that serious, and then I go into a deeper thought, like, okay, I see why I did it because even though I wasn't mad at them, that was the first opportunity that I had to release this energy, and unfortunately, this person came across my path, and that's what I did. That's what I used to realize, bro. That's when I started noticing, like, damn, I'm fucked up, man. Like,
I think that when we talk about hurting people, that it's also not as aggressive, or it always doesn't come off in a directly assertive way. There's like passive ways that people hurt people as well. You know,
yeah,
be it ignoring them, being present but not present. Things like that. Being not affirmative with our kids. Like people say that absentee parenting is like you're there, but you're not there,
mm-hmm.
or you're the same way with your partner, and it's sometimes, most of the cases, a lot of times people just don't know. It's kind of like, this is the way my parents were. They came home, they got a beer, they sat down, watched TV, went to bed, and they don't realize, just how that, passes on that type of hurt.
So we can even say like neglect, right?
Right.
Like, yeah, neglect is a form of hurting people. At least you were able to self-reflect and know you fucked up. Yeah, some people can't do that. Man, is I am my own worst critic though, Cat Daddy. Like when I do something and I see it hurt somebody, even to this day. I did something recently. Oh, Selena had she had a live, and I clicked the notification bell. I wanted to support her. She's been supporting me since I came on here, and she just started her channel. She had an interview, and I wanted to support her. I wanted to be there. I fell asleep, woke up, and I seen Nate. So I went into Nate chat and totally forgot about Selena. And when she came in and said it, I'm like, damn, I missed an opportunity to support someone who, supported me. And I felt bad. You know what I'm saying? And it's
Hmm.
like I said, I'm my own worst critic now. Like when I do something wrong, and this is something I'm working on. Um, but when I do something wrong for some sick reason in my head, I figured out I gotta punish myself so I won't do it again. So I be aware, more alert to the situation. And it's kind of like I said to me, is a tool that I use not to make the same mistakes again. But I know I got to find a better one because I don't like beat myself up to the point where I can't recover, but I dwell on it for a while because my intention is not to ever hurt people.
I wouldn't look at that as beating yourself up. It's just more of, you're giving yourself a thorough critiquing, and you're diving into yourself so that when you finally come back up, you understand the who, what, when, where, and why, so you don't make that same mistake again. I think it would be beating yourself up if you engaged in reckless behavior, or
Yeah,
you took it out on other people, as a result. But to be able to, to figure out certain things within ourselves, we have to be at one with ourselves. In order to do that, we got to, dive within ourselves.
yeah,
And sometimes that may appear like you're beating yourself up, but no, I'm just, you know, at war with myself, so to speak. I'm thinking about myself, and I can't do that with other people. I
right.
have to. become a recluse or be quiet, more quiet than I normally am.
Hey,
You
real
know,
quick. Hey Tanya, what up, dog? Appreciate you coming through, sis. Riders, appreciate you. April, appreciate you. I just noticed. I don't know how long. I think Tanya been here for a while. I missed her, and I appreciate everybody coming through support. But yeah, Val, too. Verbal abuse is a. I think it can be passive and aggressive too, depending. Sometimes like people gaslight or say slick stuff, but then sometimes people go hard in on you, for no reason. And I think if a person can hurt people, they can cut you just as deep with words than they can with knives. So um, I think it can be a passive way, but I think it can be an aggressive way too. I done seen people say words to people and people, took themselves out. No physical abuse or nothing like that. No physical threat. Just literally words, and it cut the person so deep they didn't want to be here no more.
that's why I don't argue.
Yeah,
That's why I refuse to argue, because if I'm arguing with someone to the point that I've lost, that emotions have taken over, what I'm saying. If I'm arguing, then that's kind of the goal of the argument, is for me to just tear you to shreds. And so
it's
I refuse to argue. I just do not do it, because that is an emotion. It requires such, if I'm arguing and screaming and yelling, that's nothing but just animus and hate and anger and just all of the bad emotions coming out of my mouth before I can filter them.
yeah,
And that is the whole point.
and see that's why a lot of times Val coming up. What up, Val?
The word, what's up?
Loving life. How you doing tonight?
I'm
Appreciate you.
hanging in there. How about you?
I'm doing great, doing great. Got a little migraine, but I got my coffee and got my white agave oil pen, so I'm good. It'll be gone in a minute.
Yeah, wow. Last live stream you talked about how you hit that guy and broke his jaw, and you said that you didn't, you said you felt bad after that, and I can imagine that you would.
Yeah, I felt. I mean, it's so many. I had so much pain in me when I was younger. I had so much rage. Even when I was 14, my stepdad, especially when I moved to Michigan, he used to beat the crap out of me. I mean, he threw me through tables. He closed my left eye. My right eye almost closed because I forgot to do my homework. He did some stuff, and I had so much rage in me. But when I turned 14, I, we got into a big fight, and I put him in the hospital. So I mean, I conquered him, but I still had that pain in me. You know, it was like he couldn't hurt me no more, but I didn't realize everything that he did to me. I didn't realize how it affected me until I was like 25, 26. You
Well,
know,
do you know why he was so abusive to her?
he had his own demons. He still, he never self reflect, never took responsibility for what he did or his part in anything. But he grew up, his dad loved him. He grew up in the streets, so he had it's stuff that happened to him and stuff he went through that I know he never disclosed. But and then as he got older, like his brother dying, his dad dying, a lot of things affected him. So, when I started realizing all that, it wasn't to take the blame off of him for what he did to me, but I forgave him because I understood like this dude is in pain. Like he's not aware of what's going on, you know, that he in so much pain that he just lashing out on people. He
Yeah,
was
but some
alcoholic.
of the stuff he did was life changing to you.
It was, because like I said, if I didn't have a strong will, I wouldn't have been able to recover from it. I see people who go through worse, and then I see people who go through less, and they never get over it. You know,
Yeah.
it's just a gift from the Creator, I guess. You know, they gave me the ability to forgive and to understand the power of forgiveness. It's not to take the burden off the person for doing the action, it's to take the power back for yourself. You know, it lifts that weight. For me, it did. You know, all the wrongs people, sleazy, what's up? All the wrongs people did to me. It takes time. It ain't just, oh, I forgive you and done with it. It takes time. It's affirmations that I continuously say. I still do it every day. You know, understanding the passage in the Bible when in the Lord's Prayer. You know, having a deeper meaning to that. You know, leaving it at the altar, letting the universe, the Creator, handle it. You know, long as I clear my heart from it. You know, clear it out my heart, then I'm able to move forward. You know, so that's what helped me. But yeah, every time I can promise you, anytime I get into a lot of fights, and it was just like I used to black out. And when I
Yeah.
black out, a lot of times I'll wake up like, and when I say wake up, like I come to, not like I actually went to sleep, but I realized what happened after it was too late, and I'd be like, damn, you know. And then in the moment, it's like you thinking one or two things. I got to get the hell out of here before I get caught, or you just like you listening to the people around. And you know, especially when you was younger, you get into a fight, you beat the crap out of somebody, you become the man, people cheering you on. So,
Yeah, that's the way it go. Yeah.
but I always feel that remorse, that regret, like that person didn't what they did. It was like I was aware, like that didn't call for what I did. I took it too far. I went overboard, and that's when I began to realize that I'm fucked up inside.
Yeah. Well, I'll say a lot of my hurt came through abandonment and being abandoned as a child, just being left to just figure it out on your own or whatever. You know, like I told you last live stream, I was raised by my great grandmother. Um, and my mother had a mental illness. My dad had a drug addiction. So he decided to abandon his family when I was like 10 years old or whatever. He left me and he moved away from where we was living at. Due to that right there, just being abandoned by your father, that oh my god, that was something to recover from. Like I'm still recovering from it. And me and him, you know what I'm saying, like you said about your dad and everything like that, we still have issues because of that, because I can't get over the fact that he did that to me as a child. So that part of the child, that even being the age, the big grown age that I am, it's been so hard to heal from that abandonment or whatever. Cause like I had to I had to be poor, of course, because I'm doing everything myself or whatever, and my grandmother's trying to help me, but that definitely wasn't enough. And my mom, she had like 7 kids, and I did like little stuff like going to school with holes in my shoes and stuff like that. That really, man, it was a lot. It was a lot growing up, and no direction, nobody to speak to about your issues, nothing. So. And I
Hey,
blame
dude,
him more than my mom because he was supposed to be like a man. Like I still don't understand it.
one minute, please. Hey, can you show your face in the back? I ain't gonna show it on the screen. I just want to make sure it is who it is.
You talking to me?
No,
Oh,
it says Sis got a wrench in the back, but I don't know if that's a fake profile or what.
oh,
Nate,
that's
what up, brother? Now I get porn bombed already. And people
oh
using
wow.
people fake profiles, so I don't. Yeah, I'm not. And he ain't typing the chat, so I don't know if that's him or not. So, hey, Sis got a wrench. Can you show your face real quick? I'm not gonna put it on the screen, bro. I just want to make sure it's you. I already got porn bomb once, and I ain't that good at editing videos, and it's a good topic. I just want to make sure it's you, bro. I ain't got no problem letting nobody up. We come here to build. So if you come here to build, I have no problem letting you up, but I am not getting porn bombed again. All right, I guess he ain't showing his face, so if he typed in the chat, then I can, one of my mods can check the profile. Hey, just check that profile for me real quick. Make sure that says it's me. Okay, yeah, you got that. Yo.
What's going on, man?
What up, bro? I just had to make sure that was you.
No problem.
I done got porn bombed already. When I'm doing these topics, people like coming in here, So what up, brother?
Ain't nothing. Just came to chime in, listening to what y'all was talking about. I saw the title. Then I heard you were saying about I guess you had anger issues and kind of blacked out sometimes. I don't really share those stories, but I've had anger issues, but I don't really lash out like that. But I was listening to what you guys were talking
Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, I got that warrior gene, so I got an overactive adrenaline gland. So I had to learn how to control that through. I use martial arts and meditation. Help bring about, and it made me more aware. So now I know when I get emotional, I got to step away. But when I was younger, it was like I used to feed into it. It felt good until I realized what I did, and then I had remorse or regret.
Oh, when I was younger, all that stuff was fun to me. To tell you the truth, like it seems like when you're younger, a lot of the dangers is more like an adrenaline rush.
Yeah. I don't know what you say, realist. It was always. Oh, did he drop? Val drop now? Everybody dropping off?
Nah, I'm here. I don't know what happened.
No, I'm here, bro.
Okay, I see.
Oh, salute to the panel, by the way.
Hey, what's up, sis?
What's going on?
No, so it's always men that do the porn bombing, no females. Like, damn, can we get a female? I know, then we won't have to edit the video, right? Yeah, I think it's important to identify because, like I said, once you identify a person's intentions, to engage or not to, because sometimes people just be on crash out mode. And if somebody on that time, then it's like I get too many things to lose to be playing games with somebody who got, I'm not gonna say a death wish, but someone who got no attention to resolve anything. They just going out to hurt. There's no point in even engaging people like that. That's one of them battles you got to lose to win the war.
I agree with you. But I know in some instances when let's say when you're in a confined space to where you might have to be forced to deal with somebody that wants to try to take advantage of you, and they basically force you into situations where the more because it's almost like they get away with a lot of the stuff that they do, and they do it because they have nothing to lose, and then they try to exercise it on you, and you have more to lose than them, so you don't want to take that route, but then they constantly try to take advantage of you. That'll kind of make you end up lashing out because some people they'll fold under that kind of pressure, and then some people it'll make them lash out under that kind of pressure.
Kind of like a bully. You hit a bully in the mouth and they stop bothering you,
Right.
or you hit them in the mouth. You get into a fight. Even if they win, sometimes they realize like this person to fight back. So I'm gonna go find a weaker target.
Right.
Yeah, because sometimes, like I tell people, allow a humble man to be humble. A humble man is humble for a reason. Like Cat Daddy, like you said, there's a difference between not wanting to be confrontational and seeking peace.
Yeah, I say there's a difference between peaceful and harmless. Just because I'm seeking peace don't mean I can't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Go back to the old me.
you'll turn me back to the old me, and see that's why I walk the path I walk, Cat Daddy, because um, that old me, it never leaves. You know what I'm saying? You still, like, I always get that dragon in me. It's just I made peace with it, and I understand that. At first, I just tried to get rid of it, right? And that made it even worse because even like Sid just said, sometimes you have to fight back, just to let the person know that you're not a easy target. So that's why I made peace with it, and I utilize it when necessary. But that's the difference between strength and power, right? Strength is just you wanting to dominate people. Power is knowing you have the ability to do it, but the restraint not to do it. Now, that's one of the major things I learned in martial arts.
I was just about to say that because in all the because I grew up watching karate movies, kung fu movies, and I swear, we used to practice kicks and the flips and all that, and that was
Mhm.
like an underlying thing in all of the martial arts movies and kung fu movies is knowing that you can, but do you have the restraint to not do it? Because it's easier to actually do harm and violence than it is to restrain yourself. So that actually shows more strength to not react. That's harder than anything else.
And that's why I got to the point of responding, instead of reacting, because reaction gives power to the person who initiated the initial action. But when you respond, it's a thought, it's more strategic, and you're able to take that power back. Um, I learned the crazy thing is, like, I'm an information whore. I like to know how things work. So after studying Wing Chun for like 2 years, I was in a hospital. I worked in a hospital, and I started doing my prereqs for nursing. And when I got into anatomy, I started learning how the bones are structured, the joints, the ligaments, and just from the knowledge of Wing Chun, I started practicing, or um, I like to say I created what they call joint manipulation. I understood how, not just from the martial art, but from the science of the body, of how things bend and move. And like when I taught self defense, I was teaching females how to use pressure points, and how to manipulate joints. Like you can't, like if somebody too big, it won't work. You ain't got enough strength. But if a woman is probably like 50 to 60 pounds smaller than a man, she can manipulate his joints easily. And some joints, no matter how big a person is, you can manipulate them. Like the vertebrae in your neck are the weakest bones in your body. You can touch the crown of somebody's head and push it down, they can't move their neck. So, I combine those two and start practicing martial arts like that. And it gave me even more knowledge and it gave me more confidence to know that I can handle myself. But it gave me the discipline not to use it, knowing that I can use it. So martial arts helped me, studying different religions and spiritual practices and practicing them, not just getting the knowledge of them, but actually practicing them. Like I live by the 42 ideas of mind. That's how I govern myself. So um, it was a lot of things. And like I said, I'm still a work in progress. I'm still refining things, adding things. And as I learn more, I'm subtracting things, that I don't need no more.
Somebody's actually put a link in the chat.
1 second. Y'all know my little eyeball ain't working. I got to warm up. I just woke up.
it would how you pointed out with the pressure points and the science and the martial arts. It's just funny how even though you might not have known it initially, but on somehow some level almost everything is connected to each other. So that you was able to see the connection between the science and the martial arts, and you might have came up with something new based on that.
And then the crazy thing about that is the more I practiced it, it's different arts like Aikido relies heavily on pressure points. Tai Chi um, relies heavily on pressure points. But the way I practice it, I've never ran across or seen other people, use it. But Wing Chun is a form of joint manipulation. I just took it a little further. Like even understanding the IJ joints and the jawbone. Like when they said I broke somebody's jaw, that's because I knew exactly where to hit. I knew how the jaw disconnects. I can pop somebody's shoulder out of place just by using a palm strike. You know, um, and then of course you got you got to try it. So when I used to spar, I used to let the person hit me, and I wanted them to hit me good. So when I did something, it was like I felt justified, and that was part of the passive. That was part of the passive aggressive. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna allow you to do something, and I'm gonna go harder. But me allowing you to do something, I'm acting passive, but his intentions behind it. It's to justify what I'm about to do to you. And I had to learn how to stop doing that because everything I did translated into other parts of my life, and I found myself doing that, you know, in conversation, you know, like gaslighting. I used to gaslight people, and especially like when I started getting into the conscious communities, and I wanted to debate like Christians. I'll be a little passive just to tell them like, nah, that ain't real, right? Just to hurt them, but it wasn't to enlighten them. It was just because you throwing your faith upon me and telling me I'm
Mm.
going to hell. So now I'm about to show you already in hell.
Yeah. I try not to take that approach because I genuinely wanted to share my knowledge because I felt like I might have had some information that might be valuable. So I always wanted to share it because I felt like maybe it might be useful to you. But I try not to do it like that because that shit hurts, man, and you're able to use the words as a weapon. You know what I mean? And it's
Hmm.
almost like a bully. It's almost like being a bully.
Did I put the link back in the chat? Yeah, I put it back in there. Yeah, see, and that's why I choose the path I choose now. Like I said, 42 ideas in my one of them states that I revere all altars, meaning that I respect all gods. So no matter
Right.
what a person's religion is, I have uh, enough information to adapt. I have enough information to relate, to them. So if it's helping them to become a better person, I debated someone. And a young man almost committed suicide because I took his religion away. That's
Right.
all he knew.
Right. Right.
And after that, I said I never debate again. There's no purpose. If it's working for him, let it work. But if you want to have a discussion on, if you want to have a discussion on it, I'm open. You just need to be open. It's not a debate. I'm a follower of Dr. Clark. I'm not debating nobody. We can share information, have a dialogue. Um, but you can't debate a belief with a fact. You just can't do it, and there's no purpose. If you believe in something, that's cool, but a fact is a fact. And
You
if a
see,
belief was a fact, then it'll be a fact. It won't be a belief.
but you see that's the thing. Um, when you tell somebody who has a belief that their belief is a belief, that's you right there telling them that their belief is not a fact. And based on the fact that if you're dealing with academia, you already know certain standards on what is facts. So if they can't understand that, should they be allowed in the conversation? Because they're only going to stop you every time you talk because they don't believe what you're saying and they're not coming with facts. Should they be allowed in the conversation, or should they just be a spectator?
And see, at that point, that's why I said there's no point. It becomes a debate because, like you said, you can't. It's a belief, so there's no conversation to have. I don't believe in anything. I really don't. I know what I know, and what I don't know, I go figure out. And what I can't figure out right now, I know eventually it'll come. It'll come. Like I really, like I said, I use all the practices because I believe that it's simply perception of the people with the people who wrote it. That's what they perceived at the time. So there's information. It's just pieces. It's all fragmented. Like even if you look at Islam, it's practiced different ways. You go to the Moorish Science Temple, it's a science. It's no longer a religion.
Right.
Versus all other forms of Islam. So once you understand the science of Islam and you take it to depths further, when you understand the Trinity, and you incorporate the three major religions into the Trinity and you associate them with the bodies, the flesh, the soul, and the mind, you begin to understand why all of them correlate with one another, why they all have similarities, and then you see the differences in them. But those differences are aspects of the physical body, the mind, the body, of the soul. And once you understand that, you understand it's just a fragment. When you put them together, you get a bigger picture.
And in order for you to have that understanding, you would have had to been studying some stuff outside of the everyday religions.
Yeah.
Because I mean, that information that you're talking right there, like it's not something that you would just stumble across. That information, you have to be interested in learning this stuff to get to where you got to be able to say that.
Even using I mean, like from what I studied, like I had my step grandfather was a bishop, so like growing up, I learned the Bible in a metaphysical way. He didn't teach. He didn't teach literal. He taught it metaphysically, and then he had access to the Dead Sea Scrolls. But everybody got it now, but back in the '90s, and everybody didn't have access to that. He had access to the Alphabet of Ben Sur. He dabbled in the Gnostic texts. So he was able to travel around the world and practice different practices. And that's what motivated me, he bringing the information back and the way he taught. Like we had church, we never had church on Sunday. We always had church on Saturday. It was just different ways he practiced. And then when he passed away, going to a regular church, it was totally different. And so I had to find the answers for myself that after he was gone. And I got with a lot of different people. I got with a lot of different people. Even some, I dabbled in hoodoo, some of the occult sciences. One of my mentors, is a Scottish Rite Mason. So I was privileged to a different understanding of different things from him. So it's about who you put yourself around,
Well, for me, I remember I had a journey, looking for God. It felt like my soul wouldn't rest unless I knew which was the true God. I didn't want to take a chance and pick the wrong one. So that was just that dilemma alone was like drive me crazy. Just not being sure, just not wanting to accept, because I grew up as a Catholic. I was born a Catholic, then got into basically uh uh Baptist, and It's just that I just couldn't understand, like, if we all believe in the same God, why is there so much differences, and why this church don't mess with that church, you know what I mean, and then those type of stuff. So I've ended up having to learn everything in order to make my decision, because I don't accept any one thing anymore. I need more information about every perspective first.
So what do you think about the universal principles?
As far as the laws of the universe,
Yeah.
I believe that. Well, what do I think about it? I think that they exist, and we basically figure out what they are, and then we make adjustments accordingly. But
Yeah.
is there a deeper meaning to the question?
No. I just noticed in the Bible, even God abides by the universal principles. God creates and God was created by them. So these existed and govern even God.
Um, sometimes I think that, but then when when God can intervene and do the supernatural, I believe that He's above all laws of the universe at that moment.
I can agree with that. And then I can say this too. God is just in tune in frequency to manifest instantly. And you can argue that too. Because like you said, when he intervened, the cause and effect, law of cause and effect, law of attraction within the manifestation. Um, so I can agree and I can disagree. Um,
I can see it from that point, well, from basically energy with the frequencies and everything. But then the issue with that becomes, well, energy cannot have feelings. Energy cannot, display emotion, and even energy can't physically grab something and bring it back to life or something like that.
right. Real quick, hold on. TMZ Hood, what up, brother? Oh, Hood TMZ, what up, brother? Lovey baby, what up?
Hey,
Salute to the chat.
sis.
How you doing, sir? What's going on?
Hey, man, I think you just said something and you don't even realize it when you was talking about emotions. And I
Mhm.
think that's why emotions and understanding emotions are so important, because our emotions, or the way we feel about a certain thing, can keep us from being in tune with our inner God and using that God within us to manifest the world without, because we feel a certain way about it. Or like, the whole topic of this post, which is hurt people. You know what I'm saying? Like how those emotions and how we deal with it keep us from manifesting the lives that we want for ourselves.
That's why
Yeah, right. That's what low frequency vibration is. When you constantly have low frequency vibration in your brain, it bombards you and it stops you from understanding things, creates mental blocks, and then you're not able to vibrate on a higher frequency.
hey, Cat Daddy, I gotta say that every time somebody do it, you know what I say. That's why I tagged you, bro, because I knew you was gonna hit the point that I created the post for. Because I talk about the mindset and emotions and how when we hurting people, we manifesting. We putting energy into the law of cause and effect, and it comes back to us eventually, and that blocks us from raising our vibration to manifest the things we actually want. But we actually manifesting the things that we don't want.
Right.
But you see what I'm saying? But every time I make a post, I get intentions behind it, and I don't want to say it, and I always tag. Well, I tag certain people, but sometimes I attract the person who will uh, solidify the point I was trying to make. Because sometimes when I say it, it might sound different, but I noticed when other people say it, um, it hit the point. And Cat Daddy just did it. I appreciate you, brother.
Always, man. It's a pleasure to ride shotgun with you, bro.
Perp, do not be bouncing booties in the chat, okay? It's a serious topic. No peach cobbler everywhere, all right? No, it being Nate's bouncing them peaches around, having peach cobbler all over the club, man. We got to keep the floor clean, Perp. It's a family show. Where Angel at? Well, yeah, that's the whole point I was making. And I just want people to be aware that don't let people drag you down. You know, sometimes you got to hit the bully in the mouth, but sometimes like the intention of the person is to make you feel bad. And if you give in, then they win. Sometimes even if you come down, if I feel like I'm coming off my throne to deal with somebody, they have to be a worthy opponent. Because if not, then I just lower my vibration for nothing. You know.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
What's that old saying? You are only as good as your opponent.
And that's a key lesson I had to learn in martial arts too. You know, it was never and that's another. I used to build people up just so I can have a worthy opponent. You know, I train people, make them stronger, just so when we spar, I can go full force. You know, that's why I say I knew I know, and that's why a lot of times I can see stuff and identify because I used to do it. You know, and I think that's why behavior is so important because sometimes people do stuff and not realize what they're doing while they're doing it. You know, but once they step back and look, do that self-reflection, then they realize, like, you know, could have did that a different way, could have took a different route.
Yeah, I agree.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Say what's up to the people in the chat.
Yeah, we got some good people over here, bro. We be over here building, just trying to share information, try to solve some of these problems that we have in real time. Not
Okay.
only, not only to, help us, but to identify. Um,
I be having to balance mine out, man, because I like a lot of fuck shit too. So I gotta get a healthy dose of both.
it's balance. Different strokes for different folks.
Right, right.
Um,
So I've been meaning to come over here and hit the link and shit, but I just damn, it's not enough hours in the day trying to do all this shit I be doing. So,
oh no, that's cool, bro. You a busy man. I understand. Shit, I understand. Shit, now that I've been really grinding, working on my page, you
mhm.
know, I just been the people who've been coming over here supporting me. I just been showing them, focusing on them, showing them more love,
Right,
hitting
right,
them, trying to build relationships, finding new people. I done found a lot of great people in different sectors, building with different people, trying to get the word out, trying to
definitely.
create a sanctum almost, a place where people can come and build. Is everybody is so many different ways to do things. And I think this is my lane.
Shit, definitely. See, 'cause I over where I'm at, I got I got my own thing going on over there. So I'm a lot of times a lot of my energy goes into editing videos and stuff like that, and that takes a lot of time and shit. But that's because I already have a audience that I basically um put my content around that. But other than that, I do my own thing on like Sundays and shit like that, where I focus on the content I want to focus on instead of just reacting to what's going on like in the sector and stuff like that. But I'm about to extend that, and also on my main page, I wanted to do more content, kind of like this. So I think
It,
that's what I'm gonna focus on my main page, really. And
it's be My bad. Go ahead.
I'll say, and how what you're building here, the way you're doing it is actually great because it builds the core audience for what you actually want. So even when other people come over here, because maybe you might have a topic that they like, you still have a core audience, core supporters that come to see you.
Yeah. You ain't going nowhere, Perp. This is my super mod. Where I can't even find the damn thing on my screen. Talk about you going to love it. You ain't going nowhere, homie. You my super mod. I done stole you from Nate. You ain't going nowhere. Lovey, don't be trying to steal my perp, okay? Don't try to steal my perp. That's my secret weapon. That's the one who keep me grounded. She make sure I'm on top of my shit. So no, you can't steal my perp. I seen that perp. But yeah, eventually, because this how I make my videos. I think I edited one video, so I ain't on that level yet. So, and then it's like I don't really, with the family, like they sleep right now, so I don't really get time to put it. I don't have the time to put a lot into it. So I figure I hit live, and this how I make my videos. But when my daughter get a little older, I'm gonna have more time to learn the editing, and I got a studio. I converted my office into a studio, so I got about to go get another computer screen and cameras and all that. So I'm gonna really get into it in a minute. I'm gonna start another page where I'm gonna be a little bit more unapologetic with the information. Like this is just building, so here I'm just sharing information. So I said I can relate to anybody, whatever you study. I have enough working knowledge to relate to you, whatever a belief is. So I can, so we can just share philosophies. And like I said, if it make you better, it make you better. But my other page is just gonna be raw. This is
That
what it is.
you got the right idea. So I got other pages as well. That's not even in the sector. Like I got a Wabbit science page and a Wabbit history page, and I'm learning basically that wh- when you're doing certain content and you're catering to an audience, then you want to make sure that the content is not all over the place. So
Right.
um with my history with my history channel, I focus on history. With my science channel, I focus on science because what I'm learning, being that this is kind of like it's basically a business, and you have to understand how it works when you're dealing with the audience and reaching the right target crowd. So if somebody's looking for history, they might not be looking for other information. So I try to make sure that I could provide all the information that somebody that's looking for this topic could find it in one area. Whereas on my main page, it's my personality. So you're gonna find all different types of stuff about how I feel about different type of stuff, what I like, and I had to learn how to separate those when doing YouTube. That's why people have so much different pages. So you already have the right idea.
So let me ask you this, because I'm into the mixed martial art combat sports too. Um, should I make a separate page for that, or because I was just
Absolutely.
going? Okay.
Absolutely. You can have stuff on this page where you speak personally about it, but the bulk of that information should be on that page. And you can even direct people over here to check out that stuff, that content. But because that's a whole audience and a whole demographic you're reaching to. And so you're gonna make sure that they have a place where they can get all that content when they need it. And being that you already are into it, you can provide so much content on it that people want to know. They could, and then the comment section, people start asking you, hey, can you do a video on this? Can you do a video on that? And that gives you idea of what content to do next time. And it helps that way. So definitely, I would say that any hobbies or anything that people have and they are doing YouTube, I would make a separate page just for that content and just let it do what it do. And you can work both.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. Again, Cat Daddy, let me ask you. Oh, Sis, either one of y'all. Let me ask y'all this. It's Cat Daddy. I mean, I think it was Val earlier in the post. She was saying like verbal, like when people verbally abuse people, they can be passive aggressive. And but I added too because words can cut deeper than knives sometimes. So that can be, like I said, even debating that young man on religion. You know, he was ready to take his life, and that's what made me stop debating and just realize, like, if it's working for someone, um, let them have it, right? Um, and that's another reason why a lot of times I don't share my opinion. So, do you think sometimes, like when people share their opinions about other people's, that is intentionally trying to hurt? I guess that's yes or no. That's a dumb question, right? Because I think sometimes it's meant to hurt, but sometimes it's not. But how do you determine that? That's probably a better question. How do you determine um, if it's constructive or if it's just simply criticism with the intentions to hurt?
I think that's just on the person giving their opinion. You know, like I said, when you, like I said, I think you even realized in yourself that you were doing it to tear people down. And that's why you had to change your heart because you realized the intent of it.
Yeah,
You know, and then once you realize that intent, then you changed your approach. And,
yeah.
you know, but I think just on another level, man, a lot of people just place too much value on their own opinion.
Mhm.
Um, I do want to say that um, I had to I still got to learn how to express my opinion and keep people's feelings in mind, especially when I'm talking about a subject that people might have sensitive feelings for. Because me personally, I speak on the subject, so I might have personal feelings about the subject, or let's say, for instance, a religion.
Uh-huh.
If if I if I express anger or frustration with that religion, and I might say some things negative about that religion based on what I've learned, it might offend some people, even though I'm not trying to offend them at all.
1 second, Nets, drop your link. Hey, y'all go show Nets some love, man. Nets, I appreciate you, sis. Yeah, Nets, she a big she helped. She a huge supporter. She help you reach your goals. Big heart, you know. Um, yeah, that's my homie. Nets, make sure you put your link in the chat before you dip. She a busy girl though. She go around helping a lot of people. She one of them support channels, man, and she rock out. She had some great people over there. But yeah, that's one of the things that helped me identify um, what what I was doing was what is my intention of saying this? What intentions do I have in doing it? And it just made me aware. That was one of the tools I used to bring awareness to what I was actually doing in real time. I try to think before I do anything. You know, I have to be a little strategic, um, and that's just the way I grew up. What I was into, and you know, it just take one moment, literally one moment, one wrong move, and you gone.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, so it's like you had to think every step you took almost. Um,
You know one religion that actually felt did a lot because the whole Islam, the Nation of Islam, I believe that helped a lot of people because it was a time when a lot of black men, particularly black women, black men, were going astray and ended up on drugs and dope and stuff like that. And the Nation of Islam saved them. So even
Yeah.
though I might not subscribe the religion itself, I cannot try to discredit the impact that it had and how much it did help certain people change their lives and all that. So even though I don't subscribe to it, I still have to say, religion does have its good impact on people's life.
And besides Shinto is the Japan's national religion, and that's practice. They force people to like incorporate it into their daily lives. But Islam is one of the only religions that is incorporated into your daily life. It's not even depending on how you practice it. It's no longer a religion; it's a way of life. Um, and I think
Right,
that's where
right.
the discipline comes in. A lot of if you actually practicing that and not playing with it, you are a very disciplined person.
That's a
Um,
fact. That is a fact.
and that's why I say it. But you can be like that within Christianity. They just don't practice it. It's not incorporated into their
Right.
daily life. Like my grandmother did it. My dad's mom, she incorporated. She didn't wear pants until she had to go into a nursing home. Never wore a pair of pants. Always turned the other cheek. Always gave without um, thinking about receiving. You know, um, she held the Ten Commandments. She did.
That-
But then it's like you look at the end, like if she did all this stuff, why is she suffering the way she
Right.
is? So that always made me question too. Like, come on now, like that. It got to be something. It got to be something to it. It's like the more you practice it, the worse you suffer. That's what that was my personal observation. Watching my elders grow up under Christianity, a lot of them who actually poured their life into it, they suffered the worst when it came to, getting old and passing.
But when I think about it, Christianity is a sufferer's religion. It's
Yeah.
all about suffering and being able to endure the suffering and then more suffering and then
Yeah.
being able to forgive for being transgressed and suffer some more. It's just like the happiness comes at the end of the rainbow somehow, but it's filled with suffering.
That's crazy. And people don't notice that. Amy, what's up? Appreciate you, sis, for coming through. And people don't recognize that. It's different from. That's why I tell them it's different from the Old Testament. Is different from the New Testament. Um, we talking about an eye for an eye. We talk about the El Shaddai, the destroyer. Like, nah, I ain't playing none of that.
Right,
I'm jealous. I'm
exactly.
envious. You go get this fire if you disobey me. Versus, the dove came in, Jesus Christ, the Lamb, and said, "Hey, just chill, man. Hit these trees." That prostitute over there, nah, she cool. Come on, come with us. Come with the gang. It just became like something like, nah, they gonna whip you. They gonna carry the cross. You gonna get poked in the side. You gonna die. But guess what? 3 days later, you gonna rise
You
up.
gonna rise again.
So I mean, you gonna rise. So don't worry about it. You can endure. You can endure. And that's why I tell people, like, it made you docile.
Right,
Like I said,
right.
I had to make, like, this is I'm a three-dimensional being by birth, that's governed by duality. So I have the potential to be good or bad. It's an old native story that my aunt used to tell me, and she told me in different phases about the white wolf and the black wolf that we have inside of us. And it's the one you feed the most that takes over. And as I get older, she's told me the importance of balancing them, feed them both. So neither one of them are hungry and trying to take power, but they coexist because they both getting fed.
That's a fact. because they gotta have a yin and yang, because good and bad is subjective. So positive and negative is necessary though. So there's times when you need to use negative for a positive. You know what I mean? So um is definitely there has to be a balance there, and both of them needs to be fed, like you said.
And see, that's why I think it's important for that's why I always say I embrace my darkness to accept my light. Um, Knowing that going back to strength and power, knowing that I have that devil inside me too. But what am I utilizing it for? I don't. If I find peace with it, find balance with it, I can utilize it for destruction. But I can focus that destruction in a way that it becomes positive. It's a defense instead of an attack. It becomes necessary.
See,
I believe.
I was about to say, man, one of my biggest breakthroughs came whenever I stopped trying to kill my demons. And, now I tame them, man. They're there in case I need to rely on them.
Yes, sir.
I don't hate my demons anymore. They are just that. They're just demons. And, either I can work with them or they can work against me. So, I keep the beast at bay until I need to unleash them. I understand them now. Now I know how to use them.
Everything has a use.
So what?
I said everything has a use. You just have to understand how to use, like your ego, like the conversation that we had in the message you sent me about the ego, the book you was reading, right? Most people don't. The ego is a built-in defense mechanism. The problem is that we haven't programmed. It's been programmed for us, so it's been programmed to work against us. It's been programmed to run away from fear instead of embrace it. The things you're afraid of. Fear is just simply unknown. If you truly think about it, the only thing you're afraid of things that you don't know. So just figure it out. Just figure it out.
But that's the hardest thing, to face your fears. And you have to have faith or confidence in something, in yourself or something, to be able to face your fears, because that's not an easy thing to do.
No, it takes practice, honestly, but it's not unachievable. Because I can honestly say now, the only thing I have a new fear because I just had kids. My son is my oldest, he's 3 years old. But before he was born, I had no fear. And now I have a fear. I conquered all my fears. Even the fear of death. I understand it. I understand death. You know, and if I told people what death is, they is a choice. You either choose to believe me or choose not to. You know, I could tell you how I got to the answer, but again, it's work to do. Are you willing to do the work? You know, to figure this out, and that's what a lot of people ain't willing to do. They ain't willing to put that work and that time in. And it's not something that you can find in the book. It's something you have to go inside yourself and tap into and find. As simple as that. Like I can sit here and lay out a lot of stuff, but it's a choice again. A lot of people think about this. Anything that was put in the book, people had to figure out. And we rely so much on these books and past experience that we forget we have the same intellect. We can tap into the same intellect. I would say that I ain't gonna say we got the same, but we can tap into it just like they did. We just choose not to.
That's the point. I agree with that.
Like even meditation. Meditation is the prayer is one form of meditation, but it's not the final form. You have to ask, and then you have to sit still and listen. They tell you that in the Bible. Before after the Last Supper, Jesus went out to the field. What was he doing? He was meditating. He asked a question. He went and listened. They tell you to leave it at the altar and be still, to listen. People pray, ask for stuff, and don't go back and meditate. You got to clear your mind. So you got to clearing your mind is not um, blocking sounds out. It's going within. You have to focus on a thought. It's not clearing the mind out. It's focusing on the thought.
Right, because there's
Yep.
no way to clear your mind out. There's always going to be working. Is being able to focus on one thing and putting all your energy into that in that moment, and it'll open your mind to some things that you didn't even realize you were capable of.
Yeah. I mean, we only use 10% of our brain. Most people only use 10% of their brain. Most people don't even understand the whole. You have enough energy in your body to produce power for a city. What is that energy? Why is that so much energy in your body? That's your soul force. That's that kundalini they talk about.
Mm.
You got to open up those nodes of the chakra. And like people say, oh, my third eye open. No, it ain't. I can tell if a third eye open. That shit is scary. When you open your third eye, that shit is fucking scary. You start being aware of shit that's around you. Sometimes, it's shit that most people can't see. You tap into something. You capable of tapping into things off of this dimensional plane. People don't believe it because they never experienced. You too distracted by the fleshly things. Thinking about chasing money. That's where all your focus and energy is. And a lot of people don't believe. Nothing can manifest if it's not a belief.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Um, you have to think it first. You have to imagine it first, and you have to believe it first before you can actually manifest it. So yeah.
But then it go back to a lot of stuff are distractions for us to not tap into what we truly are. Like the whole, in my opinion, I'm just saying my opinion. It's no knock against nobody's religion or nothing like that. Like I said, whatever you utilize to make you a better person, utilize that. Um, but one of the biggest tricks was to take God out of us and put it in the sky. So we looking for something um, that's outside of us, that's really inside of us, and we become one with the fleshly world. We become one. Um, we become one of the world instead of being in the world. We become of the world.
Yeah. And I think that's why a lot of us, once we started learning the information, we started having to see God within ourselves, because there's been so much of a disconnect that we start seeing God in the sky. We start seeing God in the pictures that don't even look like us, and we had to basically get the information that would stop us in our tracks and be like, wait a minute, you need to at least look for God in you.
And then what you just said was another trick too. Like you said, we start seeing God in the pictures, right? Who those pictures look like.
Not
So
us.
that's so we start right. So we start seeing God in these people.
Right,
You know,
right.
and that's what
Yeah.
now see look, okay, now check this out. You an intelligent brother. I love asking this question. Name two things that's associated with black that's positive, that's not people.
Color,
Yeah,
um, color, and I guess nighttime.
that's it. That's associated that's positive, that's black.
Yeah, I would say I was saying the color black, because colors don't. I don't think there's nothing negative or positive about colors. I'm just trying to think of generic, and because everything else is considered negative when it comes to black, but in African history, black is positive.
It's positive. And see, we don't study it like black cat in
Mm.
ancient Egypt. or ancient Kemet, that was good luck.
Right.
They
But not
protected the
not
souls
now.
of the baby, right?
Right. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. They turn everything black into negative. And so now, as we call ourselves black people, is a subconsciously is an automatic thought that this is negative.
Negative. Correct. Correct.
And see, people they don't understand how the programming was done, how deep it is. Even our own people, you know, we look at each other as black people,
Hmm.
and like I said, when you think of that color black, and what you associate it with is negativity. So
Negative.
by
Yeah.
so even a lot of times us looking at each other when we say, "Oh, that person is black," is a subconscious thought that this is negative.
Absolutely. The first thing I think about when I see a black person is black culture, and depending on how you dressed, I'm gonna have other notations about you as a black person. And shit. And it's funny because when I see a white person, I automatically think authority,
Yep.
police, something, some form of government, something. So I always have to look at them with a kind of like a I don't want to say fear, but a caution.
Yeah.
But then with my black people, especially if they look like a thug, it's more like a disdain. It's more like a I guess that would be more like a fear. And that's crazy that that's my own people that will bring up that kind of feeling. And the white person, the fear is more of a caution, or more of a might be an authority figure.
Yep. And see,
Yeah, I'm
that's
the
a,
opposite. Well, I wouldn't say I'm the opposite. I'm not like that at all. And I guess that's maybe because I grew up in the country around a bunch of country ass white people.
I don't see them often like that. So okay, so just imagine this. I'm growing up in the city, and it's mainly black people that I'm seeing. And anytime I see a white person, they're usually in some form of authority. So in my black neighborhood or in my building, if I come home from school one day and there's a white man in the building,
Oh, trust me, bro. Hey, serious. Oh, I totally get it, man. And I understand that your building probably had more people lived in your building than the town I grew up in.
right,
So,
right, right.
and so I understand your perspective completely.
Boy,
But
that
like I
shit,
say,
that
mine
shit.
just happens to be on the opposite. Like I was the only black child in my class until I was in the fourth grade.
Oh, I can't imagine that. I ain't gonna lie to you. I cannot imagine that because I'm not even used to nothing like that.
and see that what you hit on says that was the deprogramming I had to do because that's how when I was younger, I lived in Pennsylvania and I went to go visit my dad, and it's like woods all around us, and it was like 7 o'clock. It was just getting dusk, and the lady he was dating had a son, and he was like, "Let's go to the ice cream shop," and we like, "Cool." And so we cut through the woods, and when we cut through the woods, it was real Klansmen, like they chased us, you know.
Wow.
So I didn't know. I just seen people with hoods. I was like 7 years old. It was like 7 years old. So I didn't really. I just seen people was in hoods chasing us. And, we got away. I told my dad. Um, but when I got older and I realized like they were, white people who used to lynch, I realized like, it was a fear that built a fear in me of white people. Um, so I know what you're saying, and it took a while to shake that because it went from that to police. I grew up in the city of Detroit. I didn't know about a curfew. I was 12 years old. We got stopped by some cops, and a white man punched me in my stomach and threw me in the dumpster. I
Wow.
didn't. I was the only one who didn't run. I didn't know why people was running. I'm like, what are they running for? And I'm
Mm.
standing there. He walked right up to me, punched me in the stomach. It was like, you passed curfew. I was like, I don't know nothing about curfew. He literally picked me up and threw me in a dumpster. So it
Holy
was like that authority figure, like knowing they can do that. I went to court and everything. I had to pay a fine. Told the
wow.
judge what he did. They didn't care. They didn't even believe me.
Did you learn to run next time?
Yeah. Hey man, I climbed a pine tree one time, bro, to get away. I'm telling you, I was up in the tree, bro. Literally climbed a pine tree. Now we was out after that. Anytime I seen them lights, I was gone. But see,
Telling
that's
you,
what I'm
man.
saying. But
Yeah.
see, that's what I'm saying. Like even I had an uncle. He was like, I ain't running from nobody.
Mm.
Cops. Uh, the N word. I ain't running from all y'all can get it, and he meant that. He
Mm-hmm.
lived by the gun and died by it. But he used to always say, "It's funny how y'all gangster until them lights come on."
Come on, exactly. You know that.
And he
You
said,
know
"You
that.
know what?" He said, "When I see them lights, you know what time it is? It's action
Go
time." Like
time.
that's what
Go
he said,
time.
and that's how
Yeah.
he was, man. He done banged over some police a couple times. Was on a run for like 10 years, for
Mm-hmm.
shooting at the police. Like he wasn't playing that. He wasn't. He said, "If I'm gonna be gangster, I'm gonna be gangster with everybody." And so he broke that program. He wasn't. He didn't care. You
It's
know.
crazy now because we actually rationalize killing each other and not to say I'm trying to promote that on your panel, but you know, we promote killing each other and we wouldn't even think about doing that type of stuff to an oppressor or anything like that.
No, you won't because like even where I stayed in Detroit, it was like you go right across the street and it's the suburbs.
Mm.
Nobody house get broken in there. You robbing and stealing from people that look like you who
It's
ain't
like
got
some magic
nothing.
veil is over this area right here. Like just
Yeah, it's like that's crazy. These are the people who got everything over here. You ain't got nothing, but you taking from people who ain't got nothing. It didn't make sense. But then it's like we conditioned to not only compete with one another, but to try to dominate one another. We conditioned to that. A lot of us is, and instead of complimenting one another like other races do, like doing real estate, like going into like a Jewish community, they police themselves. You seeing these Jewish people? I'm looking like, hold on, bro, you got a big ass 38 on this hip. Oh yeah, the cops don't really come around here. Something happened, we'll handle it. And I'm looking like, whoa, okay,
yeah, I've heard about
Hey,
that.
excuse me,
yeah.
real quick. Hey, word. Hey, brother, I gotta hop off of here. Uh, hey, sis, it's good chopping it up with you, man. I seen you in the chats a few times in some other places, man. Stay solid, bro.
Yo, appreciate talking to you, man. You have a good night, bro.
All right. Hey, to the chat. Hey, y'all stay solid. And word, I'm gonna catch you next time, bro.
Appreciate you, Cat Daddy. Appreciate you.
Hey, y'all be blessed.
You too, brother.
All right.
Yeah, like still sharp as steel, and Cat Daddy. That's one brother. He be hitting me up in the comments, sending me information on IG. I appreciate that, bro. Um, that's the whole purpose I came on here. Is not to just share the information I have, but to receive information too. I like to take what's useful to me and utilize it. You know, some stuff need to be revamped. Um, Information always coming out, so I'd be naive to think I know everything.
Same here. I'm learning every day, and I'll always ask questions. And man, I just strive to just keep getting more and more understanding of stuff. Because there's new things, there's new technologies, there's new things to understand. There's just so much information out there. Like I can't ever stop learning.
I know it was. I was watching one of your Sunday services, and like I know about carbon dating and radioactive dating, but I didn't know. I didn't know how far radioactive dating went back. I thought it went back further than what. I mean, the
The
way
co-
they present it, I
yeah,
thought it went back further, but it didn't. And I'm like, oh,
no,
okay.
it's only about 100,000 years for radiocarbon. They got the nuclear dating that has a half life of like a couple million years, so you can use that when you're dating older stuff. But it's learning that stuff was interesting to me.
Yeah, because I mean, just understanding how far back the world is, that's
Mm.
another conversation. How far back the planet actually goes. I hear people arguing about if dinosaurs existed. You hear a lot of different arguments. Who came here first. An interesting argument I heard was, did the land masses actually shift, or did the water just raise? I thought that was interesting conversation
That
because
is an interesting conversation. Um, because technically it's all still connected,
yeah,
right?
yeah, and they
But
actually. Oh, go ahead, my bad.
but it can still shift even though it's still connected because the gaps get filled in.
Right,
Yeah, good.
and then finding them underwater cities,
Oh
that's
yeah.
interesting too.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
they find them more. You know,
Well, remember, because the Earth that we know now is not the Earth that was here all these thousands and thousands of years ago. Water levels and sea levels were different in certain places, and it's definitely possible that cities has been buried, basically flooded underwater, and I don't think anybody should like doubt a lot of that stuff because it's highly possible. Like now they're saying that most of America, or some parts of America, 20 million homes would basically be underwater within the next 100 years. So 1,000 years from now, there's going to be some people who never knew that part existed.
right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's pretty much us 1,000 years later thinking that because it's all covered in water that it wasn't land there before. That'll be naive to think that.
You see, that's why it's so many different conversations. It's interesting like that. Like, I still find it intriguing the whole flat Earth theory. Like, honestly, I don't think it matters, but it's interesting. You know, I don't know if you're familiar with Brother Sanchez, but he deep with it.
I
Um,
know of Brother Sanchez from the conscious community.
yeah,
Um,
brother,
yeah, but I haven't followed his work.
he deep with it because he even used, Judaism. He
Hmm.
used comedic science to prove the Earth is flat, but not in the sense where people think it's flat. Like,
Hmm.
they use the seven tier heaven theory, and that explains the atmosphere. Okay.
Okay,
What do you do, fall?
I heard a theory about that, and I wanted to ask you have you ever been in an airplane?
Yeah,
All right, so if the airplane is moving at let's say 600 miles an hour, um, do you know why you're able to still jump, do a backflip, run back and forth, and all that on an airplane if it's moving at that speed?
where you want to sleep here? Well, gravity wouldn't explain it. Over here.
Okay. Okay. So if the earth is moving at the speed that it's moving,
Go sleep right there.
then us being able to be in a car, in a plane, in anything, it still makes sense that the earth is still moving while we're on it, even though we're able to do all that other stuff, right?
In my opinion, like even the way we travel, like when you said a car, it don't make sense to me. Me personally, it don't make sense.
As far I don't understand what you mean.
Like you saying, if the Earth is moving,
Hmm.
with the velocity that's supposedly moving at, and we're traveling 600 miles. I mean, 600 miles per hour in the airplane.
Hmm.
If we move with the rotation, shouldn't we get there faster? Or if we moving against it, wouldn't it prolong it? That's
No.
just my. It won't.
Well,
I'm learning, brother. Go
yeah,
ahead. Yeah,
yeah.
break
The
it down.
reason the reason why I wanted to explain it is because when you're in the airplane, you're moving the speed of the airplane, but you're still able to walk. You're not walking 600 miles per hour. You're still on a flat surface that when you walk, you're still walking the same amount of miles per hour you walk, but you're on a plane that's moving 600. But you're not going to be able to know that you're moving 600 miles per hour because you're walking on a flat surface. You understand? So if you're on the
Mm.
earth and the earth is moving, the earth is so huge that you don't know that you're on a moving surface. You're on a moving platform. Just like an airplane, you're able to walk, jump. Not only that, but you can have an airplane inside the earth So that's like having an airplane inside the airplane. That's how big that airplane would have to be if the Earth was an airplane.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Oh, Val, you know about Brother Sanchez? Yeah, Brother Sanchez, deep. I wanted to do a build with him. When he came to Detroit. I sat in one of his lectures and talked to one of his, I guess she was like his assistant or something. But that was years ago. I never hooked up with him. That's when he was about to debate Brother Polite. He was doing a tour before he debated Polite. I don't know if he ever debated Polite, but that's what the tour was.
Polite be on he's on that Nuwapian stuff.
Yeah. I got a lot of those scrolls. I mean, that dude was brilliant, but at the same time, he was fucked up.
I mean, I guess the I guess they do what they do. I didn't agree with a lot of the stuff that he was saying. Mainly because not because it wasn't true, it's the parts that wasn't true was my issue. And I feel like if you know truth, when you mix it with lies on purpose to deceive people, what
Yeah.
does that make you?
That's why I said he was fucked up. That's why I said, but you know why I say he was brilliant? Because he took you through all the religions. He made you practice them all. That's why I said he was brilliant.
Well, he got
but
that
like,
from Dr. York. Dr. York mastered
yeah, yeah, Dr. York.
that. He
But
mastered. He was every religion, man.
and but he created, and then he created his own. And I think, honestly, like I said, all those religions, those practices, all those are perspectives of the people. That's why a lot of it is the way they seen the teachings, and then a lot of it came out of ancient Kemet, and people just put their own spin to it. Like I had somebody send me something about the Hermetics, right? And they asked me, what do I think about the Hermetics? And I said, if I'm gonna use Miss Eve, how you doing?
Hey, Miss Eve, how you doing?
And I said, well, if I'm gonna use the Hermetics, why don't I just go to the root? Why don't I just, so I mean, I understand. Just like voodoo, like when people say voodoo is Christianity, and voodoo is a mixture of both. So why don't I just take the Christianity out and study the African science? Right.
Exactly.
So that's what I like to go to the source of things. Let's just go back to the beginning. And then I go forward. Okay, I understand the Hermetics, but I'm gonna get more out of the Kemetic science, because when you go back, like who was I talking to? I don't know if I was on my page or somebody else, but they were saying like Set was the original devil, and I said Set was the original God. When you go back into the first Egyptian dynasty was Taseti. Set is within there. You go through the ages and you seen when Isis and Osiris came, but Set was before them.
But they're putting their Christian thoughts onto something that's older than Christianity. Where you put the devil. They don't have a devil. So you can't put that on them. You know what I mean? Like
there was no devil. And see, that's what I tell people. Like even like, the devil is adversary.
Right, exactly.
So
and there's always an adversary to create balance.
Right. And like my wife, she speaks 4 different languages. And she'll tell you when you translate a language into another language, the meaning is not clear. It doesn't have the same essence. So now you take a book that was translated X amount of times, you done miss a lot of the teachings in it.
Make it worse, it was transliterated, so it's even worse than translated. So it's like, you're not even sure if that's what they said.
If that's what they said. And then that's what I tell, like even reading Hebrew now, that was deciphered. So that's not the original Hebrew. That's a lot of Yiddish in that, what they speak now. And people don't know.
They don't know that. They don't know that. That's that's a great thing you brought up, that your wife does these different languages, because that's something I say is important. You have to learn linguistics when you're doing this type of research,
Yeah.
because it's part of the sciences to understand where stuff came from, because even words that we use today, it lets us know who we are. Like some of the words is African words.
Yes.
It tells you the history behind the people. Sometimes you might not have the DNA or the bones, but you have the language, and you can
Yep.
use the language to trace back a people. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's so important to even learn linguistics, because all of these sciences are connected. You can't really use one without the other. They all complement each other.
And see, now I take that same ideology and adapt it to people. You know, and that's why I say we all different, but those differences are like puzzle pieces. You put them all together and you got a picture. But separately, yeah, they don't do shit.
Exactly.
Yeah, they don't do shit separately, but you put them together, you get a beautiful picture. And instead of us fighting over our differences, we need to put that shit together. We have to. I mean, if we go make a shift, and that's the scary part. That's what they scared of. That's why it's so much separation, because they know once we come together, there's nothing you can do. You know, I
Exactly.
mean,
Exactly.
it's just hard putting them pieces together on different pieces.
Salute,
You got
Kalani.
Kalani in the I dropped the link, bro. Yeah, Kalani, that's my dude.
Yeah, I know Kalani from shit, man. I used to be all over these YouTube streets, man. I used to Kalani know me.
He probably putting his hoodie on, getting ready. Yeah, that's my dude. Him and Papa Will. I'm surprised Papa Will ain't in here. Man, him be having some interesting conversations.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I love Papa Will.
Shout out to Papa Will, man. I be seeing him in my timeline.
Yeah, Papa Will be kicking some. He be kicking some knowledge. He did some research, and what interests me in Papa Will because I got a native background,
Hmm.
and growing up, I always heard the word Swarty.
Hmm.
And when I got older, I started looking it up. And when you when you're aware of things and you know things, you begin to see things different. So this is how I knew, like the original Irish people, the original Romans, they were all Swarty. They was all black.
Hmm.
So even when they say black people sold black people in slavery, that's true because the Africans are not the Swarty people.
Hmm.
Swarty is more like it's described as. Hold on, Kalani, I'm getting the. Swarty is described as a ruby, a burnt ruby.
Hmm.
So it's a dark copper look like
Right, right,
person,
right,
you know. So
right,
now understanding that, having that knowledge, and then you looking back and you keep saying these people were Swarty,
right.
but because now when we say Irish, we associate that with white people.
Right, right.
But
And
when
even
we
the white people know that they not white people.
right, so just when I heard him say it, I was like, "Oh shit, okay, this is somebody I can build with. Like this is
Hmm.
somebody I can talk my shit to because he know." And that's refreshing. You know, it's refreshing to have these type of conversations because you can't have them all the time.
Right.
People, people don't really seek out information or knowledge no more. Not even coming to platforms to get it.
Yeah.
I had to travel to find books, and now everything online. My bad, Kalani. What up, brother?
Salute, Kalani.
Hey, salute, guys. How are you, man? Thanks for having me.
Man, you already know you always got a spot on the panel. What up, brother?
Oh, man. I
You
love this
always,
conversation, man. The reason that I asked for the link is because I'm seeing from this conversation how, our thoughts are kind of interdimensional to us and they're very individual. That's why there's so many religions out there. For me, I identify as being a Christian man. So to me, the Bible simplifies everything. And I understand better now and through conversations like you guys are having why there's so many religions and different trains of thought. And it's basically because, you know what I mean, everybody has their own individual experiences, like you were touching on earlier. You know, you were saying that, you know, based on how we grew up, you know, the disciplines that we had, the habits that we come into, that is what defines us. And because we inherently have to believe in something, that's why we have the different religions, because we all want to identify with God, but in the way in which it's most comfortable for us. For me, I choose Christianity and the Bible. For others, they choose the things that you guys are speaking on. And because of this conversation, I understand a little bit better now why they do.
And I will say this too. This is why I say I share information and I try to relate it to people, because my way, my path is mine. You know, your way, your path is yours. You have to utilize what resonates with you the most. And even though I might feel different from it, I understand it to a point where I don't have to say yay or nay. You know, it just is. And if that's what works for you, you know, me personally, I'll never take it away. But what I will say is, always hold what's true to you. And because, like I said, when you're having the academia conversation, then we have to speak on things that um, might be sour to you. But at the same time, if that's your faith, if that's your belief, so what? You know, that's how I look at it. I don't really care how people. You should never let other people's opinions define you. You know, even
Hmm.
especially when it comes to your belief. It's just I'm different. I choose not to believe in anything, so I have to replace that with something. And what I replaced it with was facts. You know, I had to find, but that's what works for me. But if Christianity is making you a better person, then guess what? That works for you. And can't nobody deny the fact that it's working for you if it's making you a better person. You know, that's just ignorance.
Okay,
If
okay. Can I say something? I do want to
um,
say that I have no issues with any religion, and the only time it becomes a problem is when the religion is dictating laws and governments and basically the religion has the influence over what gets to be taught or not taught. This is where then it becomes an enemy to me, because other than that, it's fine. But once
right,
it starts taking over these aspects of my life and the governments and all that, that's when it becomes a problem.
when it becomes your oppressor, and see that's the part where treat others like you want to be treated, that they don't, that it doesn't follow itself. You know, because a lot of our um, I mean, let's face it. Look throughout the history of what has transpired because of the belief of Christianity. It has oppressed people, so it's been utilized to control people. So what you're saying is 100% fact. You know, but on an individual level, I don't. You know, I don't really care. But when it, like you said, when it started affecting me, then we got a problem. You become an enemy. You're oppressing me. Um, So that's 100% fact. But on the individual level, Kalani, I have no problem with it. But
Yep.
like you said,
Mhm.
when it started affecting me, then now we got a problem. Now you forcing your you forcing your beliefs onto me through ways of law and government.
And,
That's a
and
problem.
and I'm like that with everything. You know what I mean? With
Right.
whatever lifestyles people have, you're an individual and you're entitled to any lifestyle. But when when the oppression comes, that's when it becomes a issue. So that's the only thing with these control issues where people can't be individuals because a dominating class wants to impose their ideologies onto you. That's where the issues happen. But other than that, each person should have the right to choose what brings them the most fulfillment.
And that's facts because I just don't now let me ask you this, because I think this ties into the conversation. Do you think that religion was used as a form of oppression because they didn't have, this is what I believe. I believe religion was created because a group of people couldn't tap into spirituality, and that was their way of trying to tap into an essence that they didn't quite understand. So they had to take the God from within and put it out so they can obtain it too. And ultimately, they used the religion to turn themselves into God.
Mm. I take it a little different direction with religion means to do something over and over and over. And that when our ancestors was inventing religion, they didn't know that they were inventing religion, and they were creating ways of life and traditions that eventually became religions. And I think that we take it more seriously than they do, because when they was coming up with it, they was coming up with it in an effort to try to understand.
I feel that. So, like when you say, because even that, I look at it like this too. Um, like looking at, so like even when you say like our ancestors created religion, the first monotheistic religion, I mean they worship Ra, but you have to look at Zoroastrianism, and then that was the Assyrians. You know, that's what my wife is. The Babylonians, the Mesopotamians who created Zoroastrianism, and that predates Judaism, that predates Islam and Christianity. But those people took that science out of Kemet. That's
Right.
why. Um, so, but like the melanated people, I believe that they was all spiritual. I don't believe because I mean I'm not even gonna go back to the Latin term of religion. It means to bind, and what you bound to is a book. Um, but like when you said, when it was created as a ritual. That's why we got so many rituals, even within Christianity. There's
Right.
rituals within there, but they preach against rituals. That's what that book it contradicts itself on levels, but it's because it's missing pieces.
I
The
do want to.
history of it, yeah, history of it. But go ahead, my bad.
No, I'm saying I wanted to touch on the Zoroaster for a second too, because um the basis of Zoroaster, some of it is based African based, but it's a sun worship,
Yeah,
and with that sun worship, that is the foundation of the Islamic religion, even though
yeah,
they have adopted a crescent moon.
a
So
crescent
it's real.
moon.
So it's real contradicting to me to see that they took a sun worship religion and turned it into a moon
A
lunar.
moon. And see that's what I tell people because Zoroastrianism is nothing but the religious form of the deity Ra. Um,
Hmm. Hmm.
and even in the Bible, like Alta, the Mesopotamian god, that's Nimrod when he got knocked off the Tower of Babel.
Hmm.
When he turned into the creature, that's Nimrod. That's like my wife's them. That's their uh, that's their god is Alta. So
And, and this is out of the Babylonian Empire.
yeah,
Right, right, right.
and see, that's how I think that's how I won her dad over because
Okay,
Michigan.
okay.
Yeah, I started telling
He's
them
like,
where
oh,
they came from.
you know some stuff, huh?
It,
They wouldn't
he,
expect us to just know that I was, because that's not even in your culture. So for you
no,
to even know that information, that would surprise people.
it took them off because like even they got Chaldeans, right?
Oh yeah.
So they didn't like I said, I was privileged to some information. Like Chaldeans are nothing but converted Assyrians. They converted into Catholicism. So when I showed him that, he was like, and then when I showed him, there's no such thing as the Middle East. That's actually North Africa.
Mhm.
And he was like, no, it ain't. And I was like, yes, it is. I said, you got to find a map before 1890, and you'll see the Middle East says North Africa. That's what
Yeah,
it was. They
and
tried to bury it, but it's maps and museums that show that. There's one in Kentucky.
I mean it was. I mean they only made the Suez Canal just to separate it, just so that the boats can pass. I mean it's a land where you
Exactly.
could walk. You're walking. I mean, there's nothing that was separating the land. So if there's nothing separating it, I don't know how you could try to say it's not a part of it. So,
And it don't
but
even sound right. The Middle East of what? Like, what the fuck is the Middle East? That don't even sound right. Like, come on, man. But
mhm.
see, that's what I'm saying. We believe what we see. And I wish Cat Daddy was up here. That's going back to losing the senses. Like we devolve spiritually into what our oppressors are, and that's how they took control of it.
That's a fact. You know, I actually touched on that earlier today when I was pointing out that as a people we have culturally adopted Sicilian mafia lifestyle mixed with Wild
Oh my!
Wild West cowboy um pride and because we're big on pride and honor and stuff like that. So basically, if you say something wrong about me, I'll shoot you in your face type stuff. That's cowboy shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then that's mixed with and then we got to mix with the mafia gangster stuff that we have incorporated for our own. And then we mix that with our African traditional culture. And it just conflicts so much, but we try to make it work.
Man, I've been saying that like that whole you ratting that like that's not ours,
That's
man.
not our culture. Like that's La Costa Nostra. That's them guys,
Right,
man. Like you could be,
right.
and then they say you're not black if you're not gang. Basically, you got to be gangster if you black. Like that's not us, bro. Like we're not
Nah,
that.
nah. We didn't like you said. We adopted that. Not only adopted it, it's like we try to uh
We want to take
amplify
it as
shit.
ours. Yeah, like we act
Yeah,
like it's ours. Like for real. We we start like making the standards and stuff like this. Yeah, but we have to come to that realization first before we can, move forward. Because a lot of our younger generation, they're the future, and they're convinced that that's our culture, and it's really not.
and see that's why like even when I tell stories about what I did in the street, I try to make that shit horrific, man, and not even adding. I just keep it raw, and tell the emotion that I was having at the time, because that ain't no way to live, man. That's not the way to live. To survive is not to live. You're not living.
Right. And I've had some friends living the lifestyle, and the ones that survive, their survival is based on their paranoia. So the more
Yeah.
paranoid they are, the safer they are.
Hmm.
And their paranoia makes everybody else uncomfortable. So it's like I can't live like that.
Bro, I'm gonna bring one of my boys. I'm gonna bring one of my boys up here one day, and he's the son of a prominent drug dealer, and he'll tell you like, don't move funny around him.
Yep.
You move funny,
Listen.
and I get nervous, and when I get nervous, it's like, bro, like that. That's why I be looking at people like all these rappers and stuff getting shot. I used to wear a bulletproof vest to go to the corner store.
That's you living that life.
It's like I had intentions on making it home,
Hmm.
and I knew I can still get hit in the head, the leg, or whatever. But if I had a vest on, that raised my chances on making it home. So I
That's
put
a
it on.
fact. That's a
I
fact.
wasn't playing. Like these people now, they play with it. You talk all the, and then that's another thing. Like when I in the era I grew up, it wasn't the hardest, the most gangster person that lived the longest. It was the smartest. It was the ones who can make connection.
Hmm.
it was the ones who can not only use their brawn but use their brain more. You
Mm-hmm.
know, only time I had to show my teeth is when they was needed.
Mm.
You know, so I mean, like even now, I still live by street principles. I govern the way I move is by street principle. Even I
Um,
don't take the same way home every day.
I still live by the street principles, bro. I think that's actually the best way to live because it helps me. It helps me in even the corporate world.
Oh yeah,
It seems like the street life is the most down to reality, or basically most realistic, because in the street life you're gonna see everything for what it
every
is,
yes you are.
the harsh reality, even, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, the street life has basically allowed me to be able to move in any environment because I
Yep.
can see even when the corporate people is moving like a snake would move in the streets, but they're just doing it a corporate way.
And see, that's what I tell people because I started off when I cleaned myself up. I started in the hospital, and then I got tired of people determining my value. So I said, let me find something that I can determine my own value. So I got into real estate, sold a couple houses, and then I started noticing like, hold on, you paying $300 for a home inspection? Well, I had a builder's license in the state of Michigan. That's all you need to inspect a house. So
Right,
I
right.
started so I started double dipping, and then
Damn right.
I sold another house, right? I sold another house, and then I'm like, hold on, who is this dude? This is a life insurance agent. I got to talking to him, like, hold on, you selling them term life insurance to cover the life of the mortgage? You walking away? Oh, that's easy. So I went and got my license for that. So I was doing all three,
That's what's
and
up,
but
man.
that's that hustler's mentality,
Hmm.
okay? Product and demand, and that's what I ran with. Um, and that's how I did my thing. Um, but it was that hustler's mentality. Like, hold on, I can make money doing this, and this is incorporated with this. So okay, let's do it.
Let's do it.
You know, without that, people was looking like you doing too much. And I'm like, I ain't doing enough. Like, what is you talking about? This is easy. You know, they buying a house. Ain't it smart to cover it? They go find coverage for it anyway. So I might as well sell it to them.
That's the way to go. Shit.
Kalani, you quiet, brother. What you think? Share
I'm
some
just
of that
thinking.
brain. Uncle L, what up, brother?
Hey, what's up,
Appreciate you.
Uncle L? How you doing, man?
Uncle L, what up, Uncle L?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Uncle
man.
L be coming through. I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
that's my guy, Uncle L.
I'm looking at how you guys are, breaking things down, and I'm thinking like, man, it's a kind of like I feel the way you're explaining street life, the way it is for me as a Christian navigating this world. Just the same way you're explaining how your experiences have created you, into the, with the beliefs that you have. I share that. I look at, being a Christian man in 2023, like the streets, like I'm in the streets, I'm in the gang, you know what I'm saying? So I love the Lord, you know what I mean? And I'm a Christian and I'm conservative. I believe in the biblical, all that. And I feel like I'm a stranger in this country.
Yeah, I can feel that.
It's true. I
I
mean,
mean,
there's
we
so many beliefs and there's so many different ways of thinking. So many, you know, you could be a Methodist or, an African Episcopalian, or you could be a Confucian, you could be a Universalist, you could be all of these different things. And I feel like I'm a stranger, being a Christian and loving the Lord and all of that. It's interesting. It's an interesting dynamic, but I feel like the way you guys explained it, I feel the same way, man. Like, like it's the streets, street life.
Yep. There's a lot of similarities, even shit, even in the church. Um man, church members stick together. Um it's kind of like a gang because any group or organization, it's pretty much like a gang, but the word gang is not the best term to use. But even with the church, you have to be like minded in order to be a part of it. And then
Right,
what
right,
happens
exactly,
is
exactly, exactly.
if,
And
if
that's
you
the
wanted to
thing.
if you're one of the people whose minds start to change differently than the majority of the people, you're gonna find yourself stepping away from the church. So,
Right,
if you don't agree with it, you might not stay in it anyways.
right. And what I'm getting from just your conversation is that there's even in my p- uh, position as a Christian, man, there's two types of Christians because there are Christians that are in the government and all of those things, and they utilize religion, and Christianity towards the end for their own illicit ends, you know what I mean? And then there's other Christians that, strictly work to follow a biblical code that doesn't, include evil and things of that nature. And they try to shun sin. There's a lot of Christians like that, but there's other Christians that are opportunistic and they use Christianity, in government, in law, in the military. They use it in the court system, judicial. They make laws. They become senators and politicians. I mean, there are two types of Christians, and you're right. You're all the points that you're making about what religion has done to us uh, is true. Both of your points are very valid. But there's two types of Christians. That's what I'm seeing from this conversation here.
Yeah, I definitely agree as well. And Christianity, just religion itself, because once you're able to create a brotherhood and a bond, we was able to use Christianity during slavery to help fuel revolutions.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the churches was the most important thing that we had because it was where we all was able to come together and congregate because the master wouldn't have allowed that nowhere else. So we was able to use the church and just the congregation, just being able to congregate under those circumstances to try to fuel our freedom and our freedom fight. So even though it was used to try to oppress us, we didn't use it as a tool of oppression. We used it as a tool of freedom all the way up till civil rights days.
And I add this too, again, like when I talk about the universal laws, polarity, it can be used for positive or negative, right? So just like Christianity, I use ignorance, I utilize that. I'm ignorant to failure. I'm not failing, so anything can be used for positive or negative.
That's a fact.
And, religion is used, you find both spectrums, and that's why I say I don't take it away from nobody, but don't use it against me.
I really like that,
Because,
man. And if you don't mind me interjecting real quick the word, and thank you for having me again. Check the private chat, man. And I really like to talk to you about a show concept that I have.
oh, for sure. Oh yeah, I got you, bro.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got you. Do you got IG?
I do.
Okay, and then do me a favor too. Not only find me on IG, but hit me. I join your Discord too. We can talk through there.
Okay, no
Um,
problem.
yeah, I'll join your
But that's the
Discord.
best. That right there is the best way for me. But go ahead and put your IG in our private chat, and I got you.
All right, I'll put it in the yeah, I'll put it in there. Give me one. I'm holding my daughter right now, my
Oh, no
wife.
problem. Take your time, man. But this is a very good conversation. I don't jump on a lot of panels, but this was one that I've been listening the whole time, and what really resonated with me was that the way you're breaking down various things in thought, I'm seeing that I'm seeing why you guys are having the conversation that you're having is because, there are two types of Christians in this world that leads people to feel either for or against the Christian man or woman. And I could see that clearly in this conversation, which is what made me jump on the panel.
Uh,
And you go ahead.
I just wanted to ask him a question. What kind of Christian are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I
As far
believe
as
that in the two descriptions that I gave you, I'm more of a person that's appreciating God Almighty through Jesus Christ with the Holy Ghost that He gave me. So
I
you
think
know
I
what I
meant
mean?
which denomination. I'm
No, I
sorry.
understand what you're saying. I
Okay.
mean, in general, I would say universal. I'm a universal Christian.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. I mean, if there was a short answer, I would be a universalist.
And, but you know me, Kalani. Anytime I get the opportunity to sharpen steel with intellect, I'm gonna take it. So I appreciate you coming up here, sis, because you gave me that opportunity. Um,
Appreciate you having me. Man.
yeah, it's always refreshing to have. You know, even in the chat, my chat helped me build most of my content. Um, so you know, my whole goal was to come over here and share information. So anytime you know people coming with it, I embrace that opportunity. Um,
Yeah, this is our first time meeting as well, man. And I just want to let you know I'm a subscriber, and I listen to almost all your shows, man. And I like the production. You know what I mean? I don't always agree with everything, but hey, man, the way you put on the show and your ability to hold your audience and your crowd is you know, salute to you, respect.
You talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you, bro. I didn't know you watched my stuff, man.
Yeah, I
Yo,
do, man.
thanks, man. Yo,
I'm
salute to you, man.
subscribed.
I
I'm
appreciate that.
subscribed. You know what I mean? I like the
Oh man.
comments. I'm on the
Hey,
community walls, but I be in the bushes. You know, I'm pretty known for being in the bushes. But I
hey,
try to follow people that are interesting. You're very talented. You know what I mean? And I just wanted to let you know that.
man, I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, man. Shit, I didn't even know. Thanks a lot, man. Thank you.
Welcome, man.
and see, that's the thing too. You know, we as individuals, we shouldn't always agree with what other people do, but at the same time, I rather uh, understand than judge, and the reason for that is because a lot of times, like me, you know, I was in certain phases of my life. I did certain things, you know. So to judge someone from where they at now, especially if it's progress or um, if you don't understand the situations or conditions, it's too many variables for me to deem somebody uh, right or wrong because of an action. You know,
Right, right.
so I don't see the use in judging people. I rather just understand, and once I understand, I know if it's for me or if it's not for me. And a lot of times, even understanding it might not be for you right now, but later on, guess what? It might be for you. But if
Right.
you judge and jump out the window, then that's a bridge you can burn that probably can't never be repaired. So that's why I tell people, um, give people opportunity. I got this theory, right? So I'm practicing what I call black privilege, and I'm giving black people the benefit of the doubt, just like any other race do their people. You know, when a mass shooting occurs and is a Caucasian, they give them a out. You know, mental illness. You know, they give them the benefit of the doubt that it had to be something wrong. That's why he did it. And I don't think we do that with each other because sometimes people just have bad days. You know, and they do something they might not normally do, and we automatically deem them as a bad person. Then we hold that against them for so long, even though they done made changes. You
I'm
know,
not I'm not sure if that's my experience. So my experience, we make excuses for my experience. We make excuses for our people that do wrong because it's our loved ones. So even though, you know, he's the drug dealer and the person robbing people in the neighborhood, and he shot a couple people, we still think he doesn't deserve to go to jail and shit like that. So I think from my experience, I think we make a lot of excuses for our people that's creating problems already.
And that's fact too. And that's one thing. That's one thing I don't do. Like growing up, like my father wasn't in the house, but I talked to him on the phone a lot, and I can never make an excuse. So I take personal accountability and I self-reflect. And when I see other people do stuff, I understand there's variables involved. So
Mm-hmm.
not saying I don't make an excuse for them, but I do understand. That's why I say I come to a level of understanding. Um, not to make an excuse for what they did, but to understand that sometimes, not all the times, because sometimes people just fucked up.
Right.
But
Right.
sometimes there are conditions, such as mental illness, or they're going through something they never experienced and don't know how to navigate through it.
Mm-hmm.
So in those cases, I feel like understanding that you can either help the person or you can let them learn a lesson themselves. But like you said, a lot of people do make excuses, especially when it comes to family. Like my brother, he doing Fed time right now.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I didn't find out he was on the run until months later, after he had left here, So once I found that out, I'm like, hold on, bro. Like you could have got me, you know what I'm saying? But he doing his time now, and there's no
Right.
excuse. He did what he did, so now you got to do your time, and that's what he doing. He taking responsibility. He
Right.
cleaning his act up. So there's no excuse. It's like when people say, he did it. He learned from it. That's his path. I mean, I still love him. The
Mm-hmm.
man saved my life.
Right.
So I still love him, but I can't. I'm not. No, I don't. There's no excuse for what you did. So you just gotta be man up and pay for it, and that's what he doing. You
People
know.
make mistakes, and
Yeah,
shit. Just like the jail, give people time, and then once they serve their time, they're done. So I think once people you know do their time, if they have to face any consequences, then if they learn their lesson, then. But I think that what we don't understand as a people, as a whole, is that when we're making excuses for the ones who doesn't need excuses to be made for, we're making it bad for the ones who really need a second chance, in my
yeah.
opinion.
My bad. I was reading this Instagram post.
No, you good. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's and that's why I think understanding people's attentions too is important.
Mhm.
Being aware everything has intentions behind it. Anything anybody do, any conversation has an intention. A person is doing things for a reason.
Mhm.
And understanding that reason can help us understand if a person is taking that opportunity for that second chance or not. Because, like I said, um, there's so many people out here that's very talented in deception nowadays. So
Mm.
that's why that's why I figure out intentions. That's the first thing I look for anytime I encounter anything or anybody. I look for the intentions, and that's what I'm constantly uh, analyzing. I should say, I'm trying to figure out the intentions of a person because that's what has helped me.
Mhm.
Reach the age that I'm at is understanding or knowing, being aware that everything is done for a reason.
Mm.
And once you figure that out, a lot of times you can understand if the person is for you or not for you.
Right. Right.
Like I'm gonna use Kalani for instance. Kalani's intention is to spread the love. I like picking with Kalani. That's my boy. But that's his intention. Kalani just wanna he just want to spread the love. Um, so that's why I rock with him. That's why I appreciate him. I love his energy. Uh, Um, sometimes he get too low on himself, but he never get too high on himself. That's a humbleness. I love humbleness because that's what
Appreciate that,
that's,
man.
oh,
He's
no
always
problem.
been ever since I know him. He's been laid back, and he's been around some dramatic people, but he's
Right,
always been
right,
laid back.
right. Hey, but look, this is the thing. All the content creators, including the Word and Nate and all these different people, man, and Stone, gamers and stuff, they'll be like, oh, no, hell no, Kalani, no, that's not even your brand. If you even talk about somebody, I'm going to quit looking at you. I'm going to unsubscribe immediately as soon as you start talking about somebody. So I thought that was pretty cool. I'm the content creator that they throw out the way, or they'll bring me up before the bullets start to fly.
You always been
Before
laid
we
back,
get
man. That's one
started,
thing.
before we get started with this roasting right here, let's just bring up Kalani Management for real quick. All right, Kalani Management, drop down. Be careful in the comments, okay? Because you know how it is around here.
I haven't seen A-Rod in a while.
Oh man, me neither. But he pops in every now and then.
Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up.
That's my guy, man. A-Rod, Unwanted Smoke, Check Stub,
I haven't seen Check Stub in a while either.
Real Chase. I mean, these are
Oh,
my
shout out to Stone. Stone is doing well.
Oh man, he is the
That's
king. He is
distillery.
the king of shorts, man. That dude is like really like, man. We need to up our shorts game. I mean,
Wait, oh yeah, shit, man. Gotta take notes. Gotta take notes.
for real.
I'm sitting there holding my daughter, man. I never thought I'd have a little girl. This is that's amazing, man. Being a father.
Bro, let me just contrast what you're saying real quick with what I'm experiencing currently. And yeah, this is all exclusive. Let me go ahead and cam up.
Hoodied up. That's
Hey,
my boy.
So in the avatar, as you can see here, my daughter on the left, right? She's getting married in September, right? As you're sitting there holding your little baby, right?
Congratulations.
Congratulations, man.
Oh man, I'm so happy for her. But check this out.
Shit.
He might see this, man. I don't even know. But anyway, I never thought in a million years that I would like anybody. I'm always thinking I'm daddy. I always gonna have a little bit of hate in my heart or something. But this guy, he did the right thing on all levels. And just imagine from holding her like this to somebody, proposing to her and gonna marry her, and you're happy with it.
Yeah, that's
when I was doing this, thing. when I was doing what you're doing currently, I was like, oh no.
Oh hell no! Right.
I looked at her like this. No, baby girl, no, never. I thought I'd share that.
And I appreciate that. It's my Libby, man. It's my heart. I don't know if I don't know, Daddy. I'm overprotective. I don't know. I'm gonna get there. I'm a work in progress. I learned how to.
You got time, man.
Yeah.
That's why I call myself. It's both of their names. That's why I call it Kalani Management, because they run it. I mean, ultimately, you'll see. Like my kids are like 25 and 24 now, so they run it. They run the company. So I just called it Kalani Management.
See, yeah, that's what's up. But yeah, I'm still growing into this. Even with my son, I'm like overprotective. He 3 and he starts school. I'm going up there. I'm telling little kids like, I ain't got a problem with booting one of y'all in the head. I'm telling you, nah, I ain't playing that shit, bro. Don't touch my baby. Nah, I don't play that. But I'm working on that. I'm working in progress. But yeah, the main reason I chose this topic though, I'm happy. I'm honored that y'all on the panel because there's some great minds up here. But the purpose was not to only identify people, who hurting that lash out on other people. So we understand, like you said, Sometimes we have to engage, but sometimes we got to pull back. But to bring awareness to ourselves if we're doing it, I think behavior is important, and I think understanding the emotions, because I believe this is just my theory. Emotions predicate how we perceive things, and the way we perceive things is shows the actions and the decisions that we make. So if we can control our emotions, we're able to make better decisions and choices.
That's a fact. That is a fact.
That's true.
And that's what grounded me. That's what got me to the point where I'm at is being able to control my emotions, being at peace with the demons inside me. Because we all, like I said, we all have the potential to be good or evil. Uh, but I think even evil is necessary at times. We can use it.
Exactly. Exactly.
I mean, sometimes it's what they say. It takes a devil to fight a devil. So,
Well,
um,
and that's why you see, because even with the Egyptian society or the African society, um, they dealt with male and female, and it
mm,
still represented positive and negative, but it didn't mean that that one was more better than the other. It just meant that you have to learn how to control and balance it. So in a situation with protection, where you got to protect your family, you're gonna need that negative energy to do the protective. Positive energy can't do that.
right. Oh man, do you know how long I ran from just like when I understood the power of positivity? How long I ran from the negative side, and
Right,
that just put me in worse situations. I was taken advantage of.
right, right.
I became gullible. I mean, it was so many. Too much of anything is bad, even positivity. You know,
Exactly,
and
exactly.
that's what I had to learn. And I'm still balancing it out because sometimes when you turn on that negative, it's hard to um, turn it off. With me, just my own personal experience. So I'm still learning balance. When to use it, when not to use it,
I
and
gotta, I gotta show y'all this. I gotta show y'all this because I'm learning too. But look how beat up it is. Let me just show you what it is.
No,
the 48 laws of
Hey, look how
power.
beat up. Look how
okay,
beat up my
okay.
book is, y'all. Y'all
I
see how
see
beat up my
that.
book is? It's all
Yeah,
beat up.
you be reading that.
It's all beat up, y'all. It's all messed up. Look, it's all
How many times have you read that?
twice. But it's like even twice reading it twice, you still like wow. And you go
Yeah,
Yep,
back and then
yep.
you're looking at all the things, and then like you the first time I read this, it was kind of like, oh wow. But then you go back and then you know how we do. We go back and then we're using our pens and like I'm beating this up now, like what. And then okay, I can see where what I mean?
and see, you know what? That's why I always tell people, even if you like even the Bible, I read the Bible 56 times. And every time I read it, I found because what happens is you become aware of things when you read it. So now when you go out into the world, you'll see things differently. Even when you explore things in your past with this new information, you see it differently. So once you've been exposed to something, you have a better understanding. So when you experience it, you have a different outlook. So
I
that's why I
love the
always tell
mixture.
people to keep going back and reading certain texts, certain books. The Art of War. The more you, um, because and then you start putting it to practice. That's the important thing. Never read something without the intentions of applying it. I think that's what a lot of
That
people
that is a
mess up
trip
at.
because that is a trip. I had to interject. I
No, you
believe
cool.
that I believe that the Bible, this book, and the Art of War should be required reading for men.
I mean, the Bible is like I said, I read it a bunch of times. It's a good resource. You know, it's stuff in there that can be used if you know how to read. I would say this: learn the universal principle and then read the Bible, or at least understand metaphysics and then read the Bible, or look into the Gnostic texts, look into the Gnostic teachings, and then read the Bible. You will look at the Bible differently. It'll have a different meaning. Like even everybody knows the story of Garden of Eden, right? But what people fail to take out of that story is the seed of the serpent. You know, God told Eve and the serpent that their seeds will be at conflict forever. And people take that as sometimes literal, like, oh, snakes are bad. Like, no, it's devilish ass people on this earth. They have the seed of the serpent. The seed is the soul, meaning they soulless. So when you look in real time and see people do demonic things with no remorse, those are the seeds of the serpent. They have given in to that lower vibration. And this is who we in constant conflict with. But when you read it and not understand metaphysics, because that's just one portion. Now we talking about the extreme, but understanding you have that potential to be the seed of the serpent, or you have the potential to be the seed of Eve. You know, which one do you choose? Which one do you feed? Okay, mama. So, Kalani, let me ask you this. Have you looked into any other religion? Let me ask you this, Kalani. I'm interested now because you showed me that book. Have you looked into the demonology book?
I have.
You have? Okay. I think that's important. Like, if you practice Christianity, I think you should look into demonology for the simple fact,
Absolutely.
you know, you need.
But now let me just share. There are different levels of and I hate to say degrees, you know, but it's the truth. There are different degrees of understanding that you're able to become enlightened on. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to be at a place to get into the other philosophies and other things in life when you're mature enough in the mind to accept it. You know, like you just can't just go into it without having any type of foundation. Like when I learned about Yahweh, and when I learned about Confucianism, or when I learned about demonology, or when I learned about the differences between the Catholics and the Protestants and how that happened. Because I'm like you as far as Christianity is concerned, like you were raised going to school or worshiping on Saturday. I'm the same way. I shut it down on Friday. You know what I mean? I'm like you. I'm like you grew up, but I also
Sundown Friday.
attend church. Yeah, I shut it down at sundown on Friday for real. Like all my life for years and years and years. But I also worship on Sunday, and I never miss. I work to never miss. So it's like I totally understand where you're coming from. So there's like a dual situation for me, because I absolutely on Friday shut it down, and then
Right.
but I worship on Sunday with everybody else. But I'm not mad at nobody who don't shut it down on Friday like I do. I'm not even mad. I'm not even, you know what I mean?
And see, that's why I say, oh, I scared you, baby. But that's why I say it's important because you have to know your adversary. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're a Christian, you need to know how the devil attacks because the devil knows the Bible. So he knows how you operate. So understanding how, even if you just look at the seven kings, understand how, you know, the seven deadly sins, that's what they incorporate to, how they affect you and how they attack you. you have a better understanding of how to move. So I always tell people when they don't be afraid to look at it. It's just telling you about your enemy. And I thought that was interesting. Like when you say you read The Art of War and 48 Laws of Power, I was just interested if you ever looked into it.
I have, but I know that I couldn't do it. That's why I interjected like that. Like I couldn't do it without having a spiritually mature mind. You know, I had to grow in spirituality. I had to do the reverse of what your suggestion was, which was, you know, before I read the word, I should read this. I came up reading the word, and then I was able to read that and understand it clearly
Right.
or better than I would had I read that first and then read the word. You know, I read the word first and then everything else from that particular perspective. But you were saying that I should read it from this perspective and then read it from.
Oh no! I was asking if you ever read it. No. Always. I was
I
just
did.
saying
I
read it for
did.
the purpose. Yeah, I was just saying read it for the purpose of understanding. Juju, what up? What up, though, Juju? I was just saying read it from the perspective of understanding how your enemy attacks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because that's, I mean, understanding your opposition is important in the 48 Laws of Power and in the Art of War. So I was just, when you said that, like when I see people mix philosophies, I wonder how deep they go into it.
Oh man, it's hard for me to explain how are you worshiping on from Friday evening to Saturday evening, and you're saying that this is the way you worship, but then you go to church every Sunday
Yeah,
and you're saying you're worshiping. Like, make that make sense. But it makes sense to me. It just doesn't make sense to everybody, a lot of other people.
I got a question, Kalani. Uh, is it your understanding that men that man and woman was made from the dirt?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because I mean, figuratively, um, you could see it. I could see it figuratively, and how that equates into everything, like the dust. Like understanding that there's something infinite that creates something out of nothing. Stuff like that.
How about the age of the earth? You think it's millions of years, or you think it's thousands of years?
You know what? I think the short answer is I think it's beyond our ability to comprehend. The only
Mhm.
way that we're able to tell time is because of the death of Christ. And that's when all of the, uh, you know, arithmetic, structure, order, our ability to tell time. You know what I mean? Is
Okay.
from marked from his is marked or articulated from his death until right now. So it's like,
And do you believe that Jesus is coming back?
absolutely, imminently.
can I ask the question on that? Because I'm always interested. You know me, I just like to hear people's perspective. And it's not wrong or right. It's just your perspective. But if Jesus came back, would you know Jesus was here? Like, how would you know? You know what I'm saying? Because like the first time he came,
Hmm.
um, people didn't accept him until he died.
Hmm.
So now, if he came back, is it like your perspective that he will announce himself differently?
Well, I mean, the word says that we won't know. The word says that he'll come back like a thief in the night. So it's like we won't even know, you know what I mean? And so I understand that for what it is and not for what I think it is. Like if the word says you won't know, and he's gonna come back quick and he's gonna come in like a thief in the night. So it's like I can't, how do you conceptualize that? How do you, okay, fine. Okay, great. I'll never know when God is coming back, and there's no structure of thought that can help me orchestrate some time because the word says you won't know. So it's up to you. If it's a person wants to fight that word, then I understand. but
Oh
I
no,
don't.
that's
Yeah, I
oh no,
just
go
don't
ahead,
fight.
brother.
I like your name because I don't fight the word. I like the way that you're gonna go back and forth. I don't fight the word, literally.
Oh no, that's no. Like I said, your perspective is your. I'm always like I'm an information whore. I like to know how people think, um, because a lot of times that just give me more insight on the person. Um, so I like to understand the way people think, and like I said, your perception is yours, and um, it's not wrong or right. That's just you. I mean, if it works for you, then it works for you. But let me ask you one more question, because at the beginning of Genesis, it's two creation stories, and the first one, the Elohim say, "Let us make man and woman." Well, let us make man in our likeness, in our image, and in our likeness, and they made man and woman, and then, like Sid was saying, then Adam was made from the dust. So, what do you think about that? Because that would
I think
explain
it's
why
a
it was
matter.
people
I
in the
think a
world.
lot of. I think a lot of times, if the Holy Spirit doesn't help you to understand the metaphor of what the word is saying, then it may be hard to decipher it. But I understand what you mean when from the dust of the earth, God made Adam. So I kind of understand that. Let me just say, I understand that from the fact that God's people. God's people. There are people and then God's people, which is what the Bible is talking about. The Bible is only talking about God's people. And it's like, okay, I get it. I get it. Like there's all kinds of people, but then there's these type of people that's made like this.
Right, I see what you said.
Yeah.
Juju in the house. Angel, what up? I don't know if Nate's still in here, Angel. Val, you still rocking with me, babe?
And I actually love the metaphor because it's like from the dust, the very dust. I made these people from the dust, like from nothing. You know what I mean? Like I just love the metaphor of dust as far as making the first man and woman, just from an intellectual perspective.
Um, do you believe in fallen angels?
Absolutely. Without question.
Mm. Have you ever? Are you familiar with Enoch or the Book of Enoch?
I am.
You accept that he's the first man to get caught up and never die, and that God took him.
I do. And
Hmm.
if I can piggyback on that,
Hmm.
that's my that's my selfish. I don't think God minds me sharing because He created this opportunity here. But hey, that's how I want to go out, sis. I want to go out like that. I don't even.
Shit, I'm sure that's probably most people.
That's how I want to go out right there. I
Shit,
want to go out
God
like
should.
that. I just want to. Well, I just want to just be there with them. I'm good. I don't want to go through the sting and the suffering and the cancer and the heart attack and the getting run over or getting killed. Or I don't want to do none of that. I just want to be with him when it's time to be with him, like Enoch.
Are you familiar with John chapter 1? In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
Yeah.
So it says also the same was in the beginning with God. Basically, it's vice versa. And they said all things in this world were made by him, and he was in the world, and the world knew him not.
Yeah.
So you accept the notion of two gods
Yeah, I
in the
mean, remember how
beginning.
we was just touching on that a few moments ago, where I was like, from your guys' conversation, which made me jump on the panel, it really defined the two types of people in this world, as far as like Christian or my and what made me hit the link is because there are Christians involved in the government using it for enterprise, for capitalism, for business, for whatever, and they're utilizing religion in the Judeo-Christian way to enact laws, for nefarious purposes and things of that nature. But then you have Christians that really are serious about it, from a very, specific standpoint. You know what I mean? God, Jesus, sacrifice, cross, all that. There are those people, and then there's the other people that you guys are eloquently explaining that use the government, use science, use all that. And
And see,
it's really evil, but they use the disguise of Christianity as though they're doing something for humanity when they're only trying to control it. So,
as he says, I think that's interesting too. People don't pick up on what you just said. The notion of two different gods. Because even when you look at the term Elohim, that's a masculine and feminine energy. That's why it says, let us. But then, like what you talking about in the beginning, it was the word. That's singularity. And that explains the different aspects that God shows with the different names. Like when you look at El Shaddai, that was the jealous, the destroyer. You look at Yahweh, that was the God that delivered them from Egypt. Then you look at the Elohim, that was the God who created. So the different names that people don't utilize, God is a title, not a name.
I totally understand that. When I was looking at the Institute of Divine Metaphysical Research, speaking about Yahweh, and I understood Yahweh and Yahshua, and the correct pronunciations, and then just even the acronym for Yahweh is unexplainable, unintelligible. You can't even say it. You know what I mean? And then knowing that Jehovah is the true, you know what I mean? And then that Yahweh is just as true as Jehovah, and but one is, it's a trip, man. Trying to understand.
I want to add to that. So being that God is a title, and historically, knowing the name of a deity would allow you to control the deity. This deity wouldn't allow for the people to know his actual name. So in the story, Jacob wrestled with an angel of the Lord, trying to get the name of God, and he wouldn't give it to him, and he even broke his hip in this struggle. And finally, the angel gave him something, which isn't the name, but was another title, which was Yahweh. I am what I am.
Well, I am what I am. Yep. I love these conversations. They're still sharp and still. So even, but see, that's why I tell people, it's power in the tongue, it's power in the name, but y'all keep using the title, because even God is described as Lord, Lord
Right.
God.
Right.
And even that's a different aspect or a different characteristic when using that term Lord, that the God they was explaining at the time, it was a different characteristic. And when you know the history or the origin and the fact that the Catholics took all these scrolls, held them for 1,000 years, and then put them all together and redistribute them after determining what books to stay in, what books to stay out. Because at one point, regular people couldn't read the Bible. They didn't have access. They had to go to the pastors, the bishops, the cardinals to hear the word. But now, all of a sudden, you gave it to everybody. Why? Like people,
Because they got it how they wanted it. They put the numbers and the chapters and the verses, and they aligned it the way they wanted it, took out what they wanted to take out, and now you can have it.
and now everybody can have it.
Yeah, now you can have it.
And so that's why I just tell people it's important to apply it, though. There's no purpose of learning all this information without using it. And that's why, like, I couldn't really dig the conscious community. It's like y'all just want to debate who came first, what came first, but y'all ain't talking about none of the practices within the teachings that people can utilize in real time to make their life better. How can we use this to be prosperous? How can we use this to get us out of our current condition? What is y'all ain't doing that? Y'all just starting more arguments. Now you making people choose sides. Like I feel like this. People can come together, even though they got differences, and focus on the same goal and work together. I don't see why that's I don't see what the problem with that is. You
I
know.
think the problem is that people focus on the differences.
Yeah.
Like that's what they focus on, and everybody's gonna have differences. If we
hmm
focus on what we agree upon, we can build on that.
Yes. Yes. And that's what I'm trying to do here. We all different, right? But guess what? We all got some of the same goddamn problems. So let's
Hmm.
focus on fixing those problems. Let's share information because maybe I got a problem that you already solved. You
Right,
know what I'm saying?
right.
Or vice versa. So if we focus on that and just share the information back and forth, we can build. And the difference is you'll start seeing more similarities than the differences.
That's
Um,
a fact.
Hey, check this out, man. In Revelations 3:15, it says this. It says, it was starting at 15, it says, I know thy works, that thou art neither cold nor hot. I would, now this is, supposedly God speaking, right? I would thou wert cold or hot. So then, because thou art lukewarm and neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth. So that's why I think that people like are firm in their understanding or their belief is because of that. You know what I mean? Like if you know that God don't want you to be in between, he just wants you to be either for or against. And if you're against, be all the way against. And if you're for it, be all the way for it. But he will prefer for you to
Stand
make
on what you believe. Yeah.
right.
hey, Kalani, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What is your understanding of belief?
Oh man, it's the short answer is understanding the the difference between eternity and mortal life. And that's belief. What do you believe more in, your mortal life in real time or eternity that has no beginning or ending? And depending on which one you think about the most, that's where your concentration will be. Like if you're only thinking about your own comfort levels, your own thoughts, your own relief systems, then you're kind of confining yourself to a finite understanding of things, and it can only go so far. But when you think about infinite, when you think about time immortal, like beyond the ability to comprehend or understand, you know what I mean, you have a deeper appreciation for the unknown. And that there's a mystery involved with that that's not definitive. So that's how I think about belief.
Okay, that was deep. That part about definitives too. That's what made me stop. I can't say I don't believe in things. I rather have I rather for it to be known. For it to work for me personally, I have to know. You know,
Right, right.
so that's why. Like I said,
Yep.
it's stuff that on a minute level I believe in, but belief it didn't do me justice. Like because I just feel like belief is trusting in something that I don't know. So I rather just know, and then I won't have to worry if it's true or false. It's just like there's no definitive answer. It's just me walking off faith and trusting that it exists
Yeah, and
versus
the
me.
word also says, and this is really important, like the word says, let every man be fully convinced in his own mind. So those are the you rise and fall, and the which you guys also touched on this evening. You're going to face consequences based on the way you believe. You're going to face consequences either now or in the afterlife. So it's just up to you how much you want to concentrate on what those consequences are and structure your life accordingly, or you won't, and you won't believe. But I see now that from what I was sharing, God wants you to be either all the way or all the way not. Don't play no games with it.
And then I think too, sometimes belief leaves room for justification and excuses. You know,
You said faith does?
no belief. I
Oh,
believe because like when people don't know definitively, sometimes they don't put their all into something.
oh, that's what faith is. That's what faith is, the substance of all that. I mean, like if you just
Yeah,
if faith, you know what I'm saying? Like it's impossible to even conceptualize belief without faith. Like if
I,
you
I
don't
got
have any faith, you can't believe in something. You can't even define belief without faith.
I got a question. I want to know what's your take on this. Um, it might be a two-part question. Um, do you believe that there is only one God? And if there is only one God, could could it be possible that the God of the Jewish people might be the right God, or the God of the Israel of Islam might be the right God, or is there multiple gods and they're all different ones?
If you come from the short answer is there's only one God. The short answer is there's only one God. But if you read the word, you can see how God did it. You know what I mean? Like through Abraham, it's like the two types of people that we keep touching on throughout this conversation. Like the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob has its own people. And then the the then you got Hagar, from Abraham, Hagar, and you know what I mean? Like Ishmael, come from Abraham, and so does Isaac. So Ishmael, our Muslim brothers and sisters, you know what I'm saying, come from that, and that's God, Allah. And then we have Jehovah God. So it's same God, the same God that the Christians serve is the same God that our Muslim brothers and sisters serve all around the world. Same one.
So, all right, I can understand that,
But the same,
but, but
but the lineage is different because as you know, Sarah and Abraham are here, and Hagar and Ishmael through Abraham, because Sarah, said, "Hey, get with Hagar because I can't do it." So here comes Ishmael, and then Sarah says, "All right, man, I can't even handle this, bro. It's all about me." You know what I mean? So you got to get rid of her. So that's when you know.
I could definitely understand that. The only confusion I have now is if it's all the same God, then why the wars?
Oh, ideology, mankind, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that, domination, you know what I'm saying? Wanting to
In the name
rule.
of God?
Yeah,
'Cause they all using the name of God to go to these wars.
right. But there's two types of people in the world. Remember, there's two types of
Hmm.
people. There are the people that are using God as a marketing ploy or as a tool for, capitalism and, government and stuff like that. And then there are Christians that, really believe in Christianity.
and see, I kind of look at it.
It's just hard to tell the difference because they're doing it in the name of God. You know what I'm saying? They're saying that this is legal, this is moral, this is ethical in the name of God through the church, but they're utilizing it for business purposes or whatever. And if you're a true, honest, observing Christian, then you can kind of see that clearly. You know what I mean? You could tell like who believes and who doesn't, or who's using the faith for nefarious purposes. You could just tell.
And see, I look at it like this too. It's the perception of the people. Different people from different cultures saying the same thing, translating it different. Just like if we all seen, like for instance, if they seen something come from out the sky back then, the only thing they can associate it with is what they knew was religion, was God. But now, if we see a spaceship come down, we say it's aliens. But who's to say that's not God? From the ancient times. So I think a lot of it is the perception of the people, using the information that they had to describe what their experiences were. And knowing that, like understanding what I know is like me, I'm a spiritual being having a human experience, but I have the essence of God in me working through me. So anything I create is an extension of the creator, the master creator. I'm an extension of God.
I really like Uncle L's explanation. If you can highlight that comment.
Yeah, faith. Yeah.
He said faith, belief in that which cannot be explained. I love that. And that's why I love Cat Daddy so much, because one thing he said to me when we met a long time ago, he said, what's understood don't need to be explained. And
see that?
what's understood don't need to be explained. And then I like Uncle L's definition, explanation right here. He said faith, belief in that which cannot be explained.
And see that's the whole point I was making. Belief in that which cannot be explained, right? So if I'm only aware of something and I can't explain it, but someone else may be aware of it, and it can explain it. But sometimes faith, by me having faith and just knowing or accepting the fact that it can't be explained, will leave me, will leave my eyes and ears closed to what someone who can explain it, because they are aware, they have the information. And I think faith is great. I got it tatted on the back of my arm. But sometimes, like I said, anything, too much of anything can actually hinder you too. So
I agree.
You
But
know,
inherently, we're all going to fall victim to the first sin, which is and all sins spring from the very first one. Remember, like the sin was that the fruit of the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and it was desirable to make one wise, right? So if that's what the word says is concerning the first sin, then all sins spring from that right there. So whatever I personally think is good, pleasant, and desirable is what I'm going to always want. But that might be against what God wants. You know what I'm saying? So whenever I move towards the ease of my own understanding without accepting the different lessons for growth and maturity and elevation, then that's when I'm blocking the blessings, so to speak, because I'm not allowing myself to venture into something other than what I understand or want to understand.
I wish I knew how to work the soundboard, but we got the prophet himself is in the building. Ryder, my melanated brother, what's up?
What's up, Ryder?
More an interesting topic. Yeah, we off topic. I got some metal up here sharpening, man. I got Sis Rabbit with the wrench up here. Well, Sis got a wrench, on that profile. And I got Kalani. And I got these wonderful minds in the chat. You see Uncle L. You see Juju. We got Angel in there working. Yeah, we live. We live, Ryder. We need you in on this, brother.
Salute.
Well, yeah, hey, somebody do me a favor. One of the blue mods, drop Siz's. I don't know. Can you type in the chat so they can drop your link in the chat? Go check out Brother Sis, especially Sunday service. I be in the bushes all the time, bro.
I be in the bushes too.
I be.
Smoke. I don't want no smoke from Sis.
Nah, you good, man. You good.
And I'll be running in and out. Like I said, building this channel. Like when I first got on here, it was like I was just, I was really hitting channels. But now that I'm building a channel, it's like the people helping me build. You got to show them love too. So even though I still got the people I'm subscribed to, it's like the people who help me build. I just want them to, feel my presence like I feel there. So I haven't been able to hit a lot of the bigger content creators, like a lot of time. But I'm always hitting the light, in and out. And then when I do get time, especially the Sunday services, I'll be checking that out. Yeah, my boy General Seti on there was a
Yeah,
couple
yeah.
Sundays ago.
So, bro, I
Yeah,
appreciate that, man.
yeah. Somebody dropped his link in the chat. Can you do that for me, Angel? From Dr. Ray Higgins. Yeah, Dr. Ray. Ray Higgins is an interesting cat too. I learned a lot. That's what really made me look into voodoo. Was Ray Higgins. I mean, not Ray Higgins. Bobby Hemmett. But Ray Higgins. Yeah, Ray Higgins. He interesting. I'm gonna be honest, bro. I kind of thought he was just catching a wave. I didn't think he was as deep as other, but he was deep because he knew Christianity. And then he got into comedic science, but I don't think he was really. I think he could have did more with metaphysics than he could with comedic science. But yeah, Ray Higgins is a name out there. He one of the bigger names who brought in. He started with Christianity and he switched over to comedic. A lot of people did that though. Like I said, you go back to the origin of things, go back to the beginning. And then too, something that you can relate to. I think when Constantine got hold of Christianity or the Christian ideology, and they started incorporating their gods to move their people over to the religion. That's when the idols and the pictures came. You know, so like just looking at the history and the origins of it, you get a deeper insight on how it was constructed. But like I said, everything has a negative and a positive to it, and if it works for you, that's what you should utilize. But we shouldn't separate ourselves because we have different beliefs. Because, like I said, we got some of the same problem. We all got the same problem, and keeping ourselves separated because the differences of beliefs, I think, is why we in the condition where we in. And that's why I just take out of everything, whatever works. That's what I use. Christianity, Islam, the Kemetic, hoodoo. I still do rituals that help me connect with the ancestors. Because, like, when Rich, what up, brother? Yeah, baby. That's my boy, Rich. I love going to the cave. We'll be rocking out in there. Rich, make sure you drop your link, brother. I appreciate you. Hey, Rich, I appreciate you for making that. I don't know if y'all can see it, but Rich made this for me. I don't know if I can get it up with the banner behind me. Yeah, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I can't move the picture. But yeah, good looking, Rich. Appreciate you, brother. But yeah, so I don't think we should let these differences. I mean, it's good to talk about them, and then I think even the way we're doing it now, is respectful, and I think these conversations can be had because it's just giving us insight on how everybody perceives it. And like I said, I use what's useful to me, and the rest of it I don't use. Why can't I? Oh, that's only for that.
When you drop everybody down, that's when you see the banner.
Oh, okay. Well, no, it said later. Hey, I'm still learning all this, bro. I literally hit live, and that's how I make my videos. Like I said, when I get more time,
Shit,
I can play with it more.
man, I started off with that one. Now I'm using Streamlabs, man. I'll be doing a whole bunch of shit with mine.
So it's stream.
When you're ready to do that, I don't know if you use a laptop or not, but when you're ready to do the Streamlabs, I could definitely show you some pointers on that one.
I wish I could. You know what, sis? I wish I could use the Streamlab on my phone. Is it easier on the phone or the laptop?
Nah, the phone is real basic. It has an app, but it's real basic. It's basically the same like using StreamYard as on the app. But if you use a laptop, you have access to so much more features that
Got you.
you'll be real impressed of the customization you can do.
Got you. Got you. Hey, what's
Streets
up,
and
Streets?
Scotland, what up, brother?
What's up, Streets? My guy.
We just missing Perk. We had a Four Amigos. Yeah, Perk went to sleep. I think her head was hurting. She wanted to shut it down. She probably listening though. If she hear you in the chat, Street, she might come in here to harass you for a minute. Perk Streets is in the chat. But yeah, so let me ask you this, Kalani. What is your opinion about hurting people? Do you think is something done? I mean, it's different variables, it's different reasons why, but just from your personal observation. I was saying put Sis got a wrench. Put his link in the chat for me. He typed in the chat. But hurt people. What from your observation? What do you notice why people do that? Oh, baby, you done farted.
I would say because the short answer would be, hold on, let me drop Siz's link. There you go. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. I think he might be on mute.
All right.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. The reason why hurt people is because of pride and ego. Sometimes, sometimes people hurt and they know they're hurting and they want other people to feel the same thing, and that's just ego and pride. Sometimes when you don't want to, let your pride go or your ego go, you won't be able to get over the hurt. Like that's the only way to get over the hurt is to let your pride and ego, subside. That way you can forgive yourself and be able to not hurt people because, like you were saying earlier, positive and negative, they don't mix. So, while you're hurting, you're always going to try to get other people to engage in the same behavior. So the only way that can happen is if you create that situation.
Yeah, my bad, bro. I had to step away for a second. My wife called me. I had to give her the baby, and my son was tripping. I apologize for that. But I'm pretty sure, no disrespect, bro. It's, the family thing.
Nah, I already said though. I don't know if did you hear what he said?
No, I had to. My son was about to fall, so I had to run and give her the baby and catch him real quick.
Man, I would love for you to go ahead and break that down, man. I'm listening.
I see Juju say agree, so I know it was hot.
Yeah, go ahead, Sis. I'm listening, man. I would love to hear your interpretation of that.
Well, from what I got from that is like it was saying that people that went through certain things, they tend to want to display their behavior on other people, and sometimes their ego and stuff might come into play with that, and that's pretty much what I got from that.
So, are you? I apologize, I didn't hear it, but let me ask you this. So, is it? I'm just building off what Sid said. So, a lot of times, do you think it's like learned behavior? Like people do to them what was done to them, do to others what was done to them?
but only in the wrap up of what has hurt the person, and specifically, like if you were hurt by anger and you turn into an angry person, then every time you interact with someone, you're going to want them to be angry because that's your most comfortable position.
And now from a Juju, you remember what SS said about like people molesting people when he said it's that spirit. Like I was doing a build on Tay Each. We was talking about Karma Sutra, but some other stuff transpired, and I had to put a mirror in this dude's face. And when I did, we got in a conversation similar to this. Hurt people hurting people, and they try to um, the pain that they receive from other people doing actions to them. They grow. They get my boy SS was like they get a spirit on them, and they believe they feed that spirit by doing to others what was done to them, and they sometimes think them releasing that anger or that pain or that emotion that they attach to that experience. They feel if they do it to others, it'll take the burden off of them, but it don't. And I think sometimes, it happens subconsciously. A lot of people who, like, I'm just using me for an example. I used to, like, my stepdad used to kick my ass, and then I go outside and kick somebody else's ass. You know what I'm saying? Because it was done to me. Now I'm gonna do it to somebody else. But like I said, I always had resentment and regret because 9 times out of 10, the person didn't whatever they did to me. I mean, if you said a wrong word to me, I just snap. I had so much anger and frustration in me because I couldn't do nothing. He was bigger than me. I'm a kid, this grown man. So I couldn't do nothing. So I went out and did the same thing that was done to me to other people. Now it's like I got some of that power back that was taken from me for not being able to defend myself.
So I got a question for you.
Mhm.
So what about when you have people that hurt you out of jealousy or maybe envy? If someone decides to hurt you because of that, because in even in the black community, people might see you with stuff and want to take it from you, want to hurt you because of what you got. Um, you think that's because they're hurt as well, even though it's fueled by jealousy and envy?
Yeah, I think they hurt because they can't, or they feel like they can't obtain it, so they don't want other people to have it neither. Um, and when they see other people get it, they sometimes look like, why them and not me? And um, back to the crabs in the barrel, you know. I had a friend who made it off to college, came back to visit, and got shot. And when
Right, right.
and then they said, "Well, why did you do it?" And the guy said, "Because he came back and he thought he was better than us." And it's like, what? That's why he
Mhm.
came back because he didn't feel like he was better. And then at that point, I realized like you were just jealous and envious because you couldn't accomplish what he did, and since you couldn't have it, you didn't want other people. You didn't want him to have it. It hurt you more seeing somebody succeed. Um,
Now, and that was the point that I was making, like about people's pride and envy and things like that. It gets in the way, and that's why hurt people because they they have to have an environment. Everybody has to have an environment. Like me, I want an environment, for example, of positive people talking about chess and chess subjects like this. Like things that make you think, probe the mind, elevate you, get you better. I want to be around motivation and positivity and stuff like that. The only way that happens is if I create that environment.
so let me ask you this, because we talked about this before, and this is what I was trying to say to you. Like me personally, I try not to go into environments that will influence me in a negative way. And if I can't go into that environment and I affect that environment, it has to happen. Influences gonna happen. Anytime you turn on TV or listen to something, there's a potential to influence. So if I go into an environment and I can't be a positive influence in an environment, I'm aware that I can be influenced. And then I have to determine if it's a positive or negative influence, right? So um, when you say creating that environment, that's why I say a lot of times you have to be aware of what your strength is. You know, understanding that you can go somewhere and not be influenced, but to influence.
Hey, trust me, man. You and the word. Hey, I don't know if you remember, but I'm good. I'm moving way different on YouTube from forever, and sometimes depending on, and that's a good point, like, it don't take a whole, I don't think I'm gonna ever have a conversation like the one we had that's up right now that people can see, because if you see the way you and him expressed it to me, if I, if 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 I'm moving in on a certain way after that conversation on YouTube, man, that look crazy. That looks stupid.
But see, I had to learn that because, like I said, when I determined to change my life, I was still going into the hood. So I was still taking my gun, and like my grandma told me, like, if you take your gun, you might use it, but if you don't take it, you won't have to. And she was telling me, like, the only reason I'm taking my gun is because where I'm going. So if I don't have my gun, I won't go there. So I stopped carrying. And then I stopped going places where I need to carry. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I say, like, the street experience will teach you so much more, because it's a higher level of threat. So you have to be more cautious. So when you go into other realms, you have that understanding of potential and you know how to move differently. Um, and like I said, I know my strengths. I understand my weaknesses, and just me being aware, because it's easy. Like who said that? Was it? It was on the $1 million worth of game. I think it was it. Was it Gilly who went to jail or Wallow? One of them. But he said 5 seconds can give you 15 to 20. Just take 5 seconds. You know.
Mhm.
Um, and I'm aware of that, especially the older I'm getting. I got a family, so I got responsibility. So it's things that I can't. I have to understand pride. You know, it can be useful. Or it can work with for you or work against you. It has the potential to be good or bad. So I understand not to let my pride get in the way where it can take me away from my family. I'm a non-believer in adults raping children because it happened to them. If it did, you don't get a life pass. In fact, it's worse than mine. And see, that's what Angel, like, not on that tip, but that's where I had to come to grips with. Like, just because it was done to me don't mean I need to do it to other people. And a lot of times, even in my adult life, I've learned to, just because someone did something to me don't mean I have to go out or even do it back. Some things I have to walk away from. And I don't think that's an excuse, just because if you get, like, I got abused, my stepdad kicked the shit out of me. I'm not gonna do that to my son or my daughter, you know. So yeah, you're right. That's not an excuse. You don't get a pass for that. Just because it was done to you, you should know better not to do it to other people because of the experience that you had. Oh, let me hit this one. Yeah, we did lose a lot of people, Val, because of that. It's a good point. If you suffer in that way, you should know how it feels and what. But that's what I'm saying. And that's all facts. I just said that to my husband, Streets and Angel. Why would you put somebody through that if you know how that? And see, that's what I'm saying. And that's what like psychologists they that's why they do studies on serial killers, serial rapists. That's why they actually try to dig down deep to understand why, because it don't make sense. If you know this caused you pain, why would you do it to someone else? And a lot of times they equate it to learned behavior. You know, it was done to them, so that's what they know. So they do it to other people.
I, I see that happen a lot too, because I equate it to learned behavior because I've seen children laugh at stuff like I've seen children hit another child, make them cry, and laugh at it, and they were
Hmm.
have and they were had to those children had to be taught empathy because it seems like they didn't have it.
Because it wasn't shown to them. You
Right,
know,
right.
so like even that point, I understand that too. You only know. Like I have buddies who I know y'all heard of 8 Mile. They wouldn't cross 8 Mile. They was afraid. And I'm like, why are you afraid to cross 8 Mile? Oh, because they go do this and do that. Put them in the car, take them over there. Like no, it was learned behavior. They was told that so much. You ever heard of the 5 monkey experiment? When they took 5 monkeys and they put a banana up, and the monkey went for the banana and they sprayed the other monkeys with a water hose. And so the next time they put a banana up, when the monkey went to go reach it, the other one snatched him down and started beating him,
Mm,
right? And then
Hi,
after
BFF. I love you,
BFF,
BFF. Hey,
what up,
BFF.
Queen? And so they start rotating the monkeys out, right? So eventually, um, even though none of the monkeys got sprayed with water hoses, they were so conditioned to when they see a monkey go after it to pull the monkey down, even though they weren't sprayed by the water hose.
right, because they ain't trying to get sprayed.
Right. But after they rotated them out, it was just learned behavior because eventually, the water hose didn't even have to get sprayed. They just knew when the
Mm,
monkey went for the banana, something bad was gonna happen. Even though they
yeah.
didn't know, they knew they were supposed to not let the monkey reach the banana.
Mm,
And I think that happens a lot with people. And it just solidified the ideology of learned behavior that sometimes you don't even have to experience things in a depth to be acclimated to that ideology. Like we haven't experienced slavery in our time, but we still suffer from some of the same effects of slavery.
that's a fact.
That's true.
Child molesters have been locked away because they will continue that cycle. Honestly, I'd have no sympathy for people who touch kids. I think they should. I don't think you can fix that. That's one of them things I don't think can be
Yeah,
fixed.
I feel the same way because it's like, what do you do after that?
Right.
But
Like those people. I mean, and it's sad that people get less time for that than drugs.
exactly.
But then you see where it's prominent at. I mean, it
Right. Well,
happens a lot.
yeah.
It happens a lot in the black community, but it happens in other communities um, at a higher rate, and a lot of it ain't even talked about. Um,
Well, what I learned with how the law works is that when they made these laws, they made a lot of loopholes with themselves in mind.
oh yeah, white collar crime. I mean,
Right. Exactly.
that's why I be looking at like, hold on, bro, they just did what? What did Goldman Sachs do? Why ain't
Mhm.
nobody like? Come on, man!
They
You
put
just
they put
destroyed the whole economy, bro, and you getting what?
so
Nah,
so we got criminals making laws.
right.
Right. So they make sure they put ways for them to get out.
Are you familiar with Dane Calloway?
Yeah, I've been hearing his name, but I haven't watched his stuff. I've heard about what he talks about.
Yeah, Dane Calloway he interesting because he talk about even the reconstruction of the Constitution that we use now, because it was reconstructed, but the origin of it was written by the natives of this land, and you see the differences and how it benefits a group of people, and it was created to oppress another group of people. Um, and just the research he did behind it
Mm,
uh, is, is life changing. Honestly,
mhm.
it gives you a whole different understanding of why things are the way they are. Okay, how you? All right, my spoiled wife, my spoiled kids.
Hey, sis, do you ever talk sports, my brother, on your channel?
Nah, I don't watch sports. To tell you the truth.
Got you.
Oh, Val, you know about Dane? I wanted to do a I wanted to do a build with him because the Blackfoot tribe, um, from the documentation, they only have two tribes, but my tribe was actually the third tribe, the missing or lost tribe, that wasn't documented. And not only do I get documentation, but I know a dialect of the language. So uh, I was trying to link up with him and do a build with him on that because I think that'd be interesting. Just the stories that was passed down and like personal information and knowledge that I have. Um, I think it'd be great. But when stuff ain't on paper, it's kind of hard to present it to people, without having. Um, you always gonna have pushback, but when stuff ain't documented nowadays, is what you can't see, people don't believe. Whatever you go through in life, God will turn to victory, and the devil can attack you, but God will turn it all into good, and just keep your faith. I believe is law of duality tells us that too. Within everything good is something bad, and within
Mhm.
everything bad is something good. So it's blessings and curses. You know,
Sure.
um,
I've learned that. My grandma used to say to me, all disappointments are for the best. So sayings like that would make me try to figure out like what can I take from this that could be positive. It got to be some kind of lesson I could learn from this or something. So even in my bad times, I try to see what is the good I can get from it.
yeah, and
That's
that's
what's
what
up. That's what's
and
up.
that's what even with me losing my eyesight is a blessing in disguise. 'Cause I wouldn't even be on here if I didn't if this never happened to me. I wouldn't be on YouTube. I wouldn't have as much time with my children that I have now. So just finding the positive things, I can still see a bit. It ain't great, but I can see. Um,
Right, right.
so it's blessings and curses and blessings. Working for the hospital, we had a little girl that came up. We was taking her heart out. She was a gift of life patient. So you sitting there looking at this little girl like, damn, her life over with. But then you go to the next room and you put in a heart in a little boy, and now his life is extended. You
Wow.
know, so just like stuff like that make you realize like um, it's good and bad and bad and good. It's sad that this little girl lost her life, but she just gave life to another person.
Right.
Extended this little boy's life. So, um, and that just make you realize how um, complex life is, but how simple it is at the same time too.
That was a very very well worded word.
I appreciate that, brother. It's just life experiences, bro. Just like our ancestors, it's just observing, being aware of what's going on, and being able to understand how to translate um, what you perceive into thought. Having a deeper understanding of your surroundings. That's how they learned everything. That's how science was created. Um, that's how religions was created. Was observing, being aware. You know, um, and like I said, we can do the same thing. You know, like I said, I use a lot of different spiritual practices, religions, occult science. I use all that. Whatever is useful for my personal growth, whatever is useful for the prosperity of my family, I'm gonna utilize it. And like the 42 ideas of my aunt, that helped me find balance within myself. It gave me the discipline and the awareness, being aware. Self reflection, being held accountable. Am I um, actually following these? Even though I understand that. So what? I'm gonna do it.
I have my scrubs.
I got you. But just being aware, am I being humble? Am I being disrespectful? Are the words that I'm using, the intentions of them to have a positive impact? And it gave me foundation. I wish more people would understand hell is real. I wanted to be a rapture preacher at one time, trying to save people from hell. I would even say this about this is hell right here too. I mean, this is hell. I mean, it's hell for a lot of people, and it can be heaven for a lot of people. A lot of people living on this earth are in heaven right now, and a lot of people living on this earth is in hell.
So I got a question for you. So you don't subscribe to any religion at all?
No, no. My opinion about religion is someone. I mean, okay. So my opinion about religion is that it was a system created to find God, to seek God outside themselves, because they weren't in tune with the inner God. They didn't have a soul to adapt or to connect with God. So, like I feel like this, especially like if you say God created air, right? It's hard for me to believe that he needed a book. Why wouldn't he just put the instructions inside you? Everything else works. Like the power God displays. I just don't think you need a book to tap into God. Um, and those books was written by man. It was inspired. So if God inspired them, he can inspire me too.
Okay.
So I don't believe in like I said, I don't believe in anything. I have to know.
But you believe in God though.
I believe God is a title, and even getting into the origin of that word, how it was created. I don't think the creator, and that's why I choose the word creator. Um, but I don't think God can be defined by a word. And like I said, it's a title, it's not a name. And when you look into the books and see the aspects or when they named that God, or and then see what the God did, I think that's the aspects of what God was portraying or creating at that time, or destroying at that time. So that was just a simple aspect, like you said, to control. To know the name is to control. So by using those names, they show the aspect of what that Pacific God did, or the aspect of God in action was doing at that time. If that makes sense.
Okay. So your concept of God comes from outside the Bible.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Like like what?
Even yeah, my concept of God comes from out of even it's deeper than it's more. I guess you can equate it to metaphysics. You know, the universal consciousness. God is all. God is everything. God is within everything. God is not a person, but God is existence itself. And
Okay.
and God is displayed through different aspects of existence, through people, through animals, through plants. God is more of a universe, I guess, the universe. I mean, and then that's a whole different conversation, right? But see, I can have that with you, so that's why I
Yeah.
appreciate these conversations, because even dabbling into that, that's like a whole
Are
nother
you
concept.
are
Mhm.
you able to it's interesting you would say what you just said. Are you able to check things out while you're online? Are you able to go to Wikipedia?
I don't deal with Wikipedia at all because Wikipedia can be edited, and that's
Oh,
like
okay.
yeah, Wikipedia is more of an opinion. I mean, in my opinion,
Okay.
um, I'm not saying it's not factual
Oh,
information
it's
in
no problem at
Wikipedia.
all, man. It was just a easy way to look something up. But my church really, I mean, I think you would appreciate my church because of the way you think. I go to the I belong to the Universal Life Church, and that's it's interesting. You know, we have pastors. We our church is the largest church of pastors in the world. It's like 19 million, and it's for all different ministries. It's interesting,
Hmm.
this conversation right here, and just my church in specific. You know what I mean?
Give me 1 second. Let me get a baby back to my wife real quick.
Have you ever heard of the Universal Life Church? Sis?
No, is it a big church?
Yeah, man, it's the largest church of ministers in the world.
Um, what denomination is it under?
It's just the Universal Life Church. There is no denomination.
Oh,
Right.
oh, I think I've heard about that.
That's what's
So
up.
um
I became a
like
minister. I became a minister with them in 2001.
okay, okay.
Okay, my bad. I'm back.
And you guys use the official King James version of the
hmm
Bible?
hmm I do, but you can use any Bible that you want. I mean, any
Mm,
book or any interpretation, however God has put it on you, that's
mm,
how you can lead and build your own. That's how we do it. And I
okay.
just love it, man, because it's real simple. You know, you live what you say, but only with our church you just have the credentials, like being a member of the press, things like that, being able to build your church and have your taxes and all those things.
Okay, okay.
Your 501c3, that sort of thing. When you're in ministry, you can do all those type of things. If you want to go that way, if you want to have small, or if you just want to be an evangelist, or if you want to be, a journeyman, or whatever you want to do, our church gives you that freedom. But I love this conversation because there are Buddhist ministers, there are demonic ministers in our church. I mean, you know, there are
So you're saying that they have different types of ministers from other faiths
everything,
in
for
this.
everything. Yes, ma'am, Miss Val.
And how do they coexist?
Don't speak on it
What
too
what
much, Miss Val.
what do they have in common? What do they agree with that allows them to coexist?
That to do that which is right, to do that which is right. that's legal, moral, and ethical within the faith that you pronounce. Within whatever you do within the faith that you pronounce, make sure that it's legal, moral, and ethical. But there's no definition as to what you perceive that is, but just to abide by the laws and live your truth however God has revealed it to you.
Okay.
Hey, Angel, I tell you this too. If you ain't programming yourself, somebody programming that subconscious. Believe it or not, our brains is like computer. Hey, shit says I'm gonna do I did a video on how the outside world reflect the inside. And before I do the second part, I want to talk about the 3-dimensional world. But I think it'll be dope if you come back on that part 2 on how to.
I'll pull up for sure.
Because I think that's them conversations that I think people not aware of. You know how our inside, even like our brain, is like a computer. The way we intake information, like we associate things with a trinity, you know, with the physical, the mental, and then we attach emotions to it. And when we recall it, that's why a lot of people get triggered, is because that emotion attached to that experience. And I don't think people understand how they truly operate. I think that's one of the sciences what you think about this? So the scientific method, right? I use that to break down, that's like a common way of me thinking.
Yeah,
Like,
well, the scientific method is pretty much the standard of how you're supposed to go about trying to come up with anything or understand anything, because you start off with the hypothesis, which is something that you might believe. So you could apply it in on any level, and then you take it to the next step, which is applying experimentation to see if maybe your hypothesis is right, and that you can apply on any level where you can do research to see if maybe what you believe in is right, and stuff like that, and so on and so forth. And just the scientific method can be applied on so many levels in life that it should be the standard for everybody.
and that's what I use to break down everything. That's how I use to analyze information, and that especially like people, because I notice like even on this app, you take different people, put them in different environments, you get a different personality. You know, not all, but
Yep.
some
Yeah,
people
yeah.
get that. You know,
Hmm.
and that's another reason why I don't judge people, because, like I said, sometimes it's just a situation, condition, or different variables involved that
Hmm.
get these results from people. So you take them out of that, and you see how they act.
Yeah. Environment actually shapes behavior. So depending on the environment that you're in, you'll see differences in behavior. So that's why even for somebody who's addicted to drugs or alcohol or something like that, it's important to get them out of the environment because it's gonna shape their behavior.
Exactly, it's nurture versus nature. Um, like I said, you can teach all the right things, but the environment too is gonna have a huge impact. So no matter if you teach the kid the right things, you got to also keep in mind the environment that kid is in too. Um,
Exactly. Exactly. So that's why a lot of times in the home, you have all the values and you taught your child everything, but the outside influence is way overwhelming, more than you can help. So and you can't just shield your kid from outside when they're growing up, especially as they're growing into adults. So the experiences that they're gonna have is gonna be affected by the environment that they're in. It's important to try to get your kids out of the environment that can shape the negative behaviors early as you can.
and see, I think that's important too. That people don't even consider. Um, And sometimes, people can't help the conditions they're born into. But I think once you
Right,
get a
right.
certain age, you have to be responsible, and that's again not making excuses. Um, you only can use that for so long. What happened when you was young, and the conditions that you were put in. Now that you're aware of that, you can change that.
Um, so I'm from an island, so I've seen um people. You don't necessarily have to elevate to a point to where you left the whole island, because everybody's not going to get that opportunity, right? But um to be to live, maybe you lived in one area when you grew up, when you was growing up, but as an adult you live in the better parts of town now. You have a good decent job in the island, you know what I mean? So even those kind of elevations is better than you still stuck in the same place that you was in because you was complacent.
And see, that's why, like I created a little bubble. um, my life is good. I don't want for nothing. But I realized too, like my kids have to go out into society. They're gonna have to come out this bubble. So I'm learning now. I just became a parent at 36, so I fell into that giving my kids everything that I didn't have, and now
Mm.
I'm looking at it like, you know, um, they have to still learn, even though they're not in the environment that I was in, not to recreate those conditions, but I still have to teach them those lessons I learned because
Hey
if I
man,
don't,
how old is your daughter?
my daughter's only 2 months.
Okay, so check this out, bro. Look. You listen. You will do all. Hey man, shower them. Give them do all the things that daddy want to do. Right? Watch what happens when they get older, man. They gonna pet, man. You gonna trip out on how much your daughter. You know what I'm saying? Like, man.
But see, I'm having problems with my son like that now because he's so used to just receiving things, and he only 3. You
Mm-hmm.
know, and I'm having I wouldn't say difficulties, but I'm noticing that he, like, the older he get, uh, the less like he just like when we go to a store, he just know he getting something.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not getting that at an early age. I don't want him to develop entitlement, that he supposed to get something because it's there. I want him to understand that you have to work for things in life. You have to put in the work. Even universal principles tell you you have to put in work. You have to get yourself to a certain frequency to receive the things that you're trying to manifest without
Yeah,
reaching
I
that
quote the
frequency.
word a lot, man. I feel you. If you don't work, you shouldn't eat.
Yeah, you know. So like even my friends, like they be like, "Hey, can you do my breaks? Bring me an L." Bring me a beer. This is what I used to do, bro. I'd be like, yeah, bring me a blunt and a beer. I do your break. They get over to my house, right? I bring all the tools out and I show them how to do the breaks. And they be like, I thought you was gonna do it. And I said, well, would you rather learn how to do it so you won't never have to ask me again, or would you want me to do it and keep paying me? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want something, work for it. You want your breaks done, do them.
Mhm.
You get an education. I'm giving you the opportunity to learn. You know, You can lead the water to the horse. I mean, you can lead the horse to the water, but you can't make it drink, right?
Mhm.
You can teach a man how to fish, or you can feed him a fish. I rather give the information out and let people prosper from it. Um, because I'm gonna still receive what's mine by doing that. You know. So to me, it ain't always about. I don't chase money. That's one thing I never did. I always align myself to receive. And I learned that from a young age. Um, Even hustling, I didn't have to chase the money. The money came to me. I got the product they wanted. You got to come get it. I appreciate you, Val. Love having you here. You know, and like I said, here, don't ever look. Long as we being respectful to one another, don't ever feel like you can't express your opinions. And and don't if somebody expressing their opinion, and like I said, if they ain't disrespecting you, um, try to understand what they saying. Because we all got different perspectives. We all have different experiences in life, so we all go look at things different. But that don't mean because I don't believe in what you believe that we got to be enemies. You know, we still get a lot of similarities. We just got different ideologies due to our experiences in life. My experiences drove me to learn different religions and spiritual practices. Some people experiences drove them into one. You know, so like I said, as long as we respecting everybody, um, we can build. Even though if we have differences, it's like a puzzle. All the pieces are different. We just got to put them together the right way. And once we do that, we got a big picture. All those different pieces add up into one big picture. Or you can stay independent and not be put together and just have a piece of the puzzle. Man, I hate to shut this down, but shit, it's 5 in the morning. Damn, I appreciate y'all. I didn't even know it was this late, man. That's what happened, man. When you building, the information is just flowing. Time flies, man.
That's a fact.
Yeah,
Oh
man.
man, listen, I appreciate you having me on the panel, man. This was a great conversation. Salute to you. Salute to Kalani. And I'm gonna get me some rest too, man. So
I
I'm
appreciate
I'm
you,
be
bro.
hitting your panel more often. So I'm gonna see you around, man.
I appreciate. Yeah, you don't mind if I put you in the title, do you?
Nah, absolutely. Go ahead.
I appreciate you.
All right.
And I appreciate you, Kalani. Kalani, you gotta anytime just tell me to drop the link and I'll drop it for you, brother.
I really appreciate that, man. Thank you for having me, man. Salute to you, the channel, the chat, what you're building here. Definitely appreciate it. And everybody, you guys already know that you all are welcome at Kalani Management whenever I'm doing my thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Love
you
this.
need to start holding more panels, man. I enjoy coming up on your panels and having conversations with you too. So you should do that more. I know you got the Converse chat, but you should drop the link sometime, bro. I'll come up. I'll come up. I always
Absolutely.
appreciate conversations with you. I want to pick your brain about some of the finances. I heard what's his name? Uh, what is it? No Smoke.
Unwanted smoke.
Unwanted Smoke. Yeah, I heard him mentioning something about you, and then you displayed a lot of the intellect on finances. So I'm actually thinking about going for my Series 3 and Series 6 to become a financial advisor.
Yeah, I
Um,
really wanted to. I had communicated with you, and it says that if you want to reach out, you also have that opportunity as well, man. In our private chat and on from this panel, I really would love to connect with you, man, like for real, and talk about some of those things.
oh, for sure.
Yeah, I want to set up something because I have actually I have some a little bit of an investing if we can do it correctly. Uh, that'll compensate us for having these dialogues right here.
Oh, that'd be dope. That'd be
Yeah,
dope.
yeah, that would help us both actually.
Yeah, that'd be dope. I'm down, bro. I mean, anytime
Yeah,
I can build
uh,
intellectually or financially, I'm in. I
yeah,
like
you know
both.
how it is. You want to get want to cross all the T's and dot all the I's and be real specific about something that could really help us both. You know what I mean? But just the way we get down, uh, I perceive that the investor would appreciate our conversations about capitalism, money, and the tie-in between that and the basic laws of the universe, and metaphysics and Christianity and all of those things mixed in. I believe that there are some people that would, really get some eyeballs on our conversation.
Yeah, I think that'd be dope. I gotta it was crazy because it's my dad went to go bury my uncle, and in
Condolences,
his
brother.
appreciate it. And in his travels, he met a pastor. He started talking to the pastor, and the pastor um, felt the spirit in him. And then he started telling him about me. He was like, "Oh, I want to meet him." And he do a lot of investments in Michigan and outside of Michigan. He got a couple nonprofits, and I guess the way I got to hit him back, but I guess the way he delivered his message is not only with the Bible, but he incorporate like metaphysics. So I'm interested in seeing how that's done.
Right, the company that actually, man, like I don't even know why I'm doing this, but I guess me and you is giving people a preview of what's to come, but I'll be talking to you more in detail. But it looks like the people would like to have this atmosphere right here in a corporate setting, but with their main people, but in a setting like this for just them through their company, like through an net type of situation, Zooms type of situation, but with you and I speaking to the executive board in this manner, in this way right here.
Oh, that'd be dope. I'm definitely down. Like I say, anytime I can share, I can. When I die, it's gone, bro. It ain't gonna be here no more. When I'm gone, it's gone. So I'm trying to share all information that I have, and if people can utilize it.
I think what the people would see with us is that there's a nice balance to the conversation. Like if someone believes, then I can speak strongly to that person. But if a person doesn't believe, you know what I mean, you can speak strongly to that person as well and still make sense.
Yeah, we can translate for one another.
Right.
Definitely. I'm gonna definitely be hitting you up.
Yes, sir.
Like I said, I always appreciate you. I appreciate everybody in the chat. All my people. Always humbled that y'all even take out the time and rock with me. I know I go on late, and I ain't think I was gonna stay on this long, honestly, because my migraine going away. But I was having terrible migraines at the beginning, but having these conversations relieved that pressure. So
That's a blessing.
yeah, that's what I said,
with
man.
that one, I'm gonna drop down and let you say your last, say goodbyes and stuff. But thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. Honored to be on your panel. Thank you.
Oh, no problem, brother. Appreciate you. And the purpose of this conversation was to not only identify when people are hurt and their intentions are to hurt you because they're hurt, but it was also to make us aware if we're doing that. I think, even though the conversation kind of bounced everywhere, I think we hit on them points. When Cat Daddy was up, when Sis was up, when Kalani was up. I think we really drove those points, and we gave y'all some extra gems, something else to think about, another perspective to use. So I appreciate y'all coming through. I appreciate y'all taking the time out watching this on replay. And y'all know what I always say: you care about how you feel, and I'm out. Yeah, y'all know biracial did that.